all new.
Ah, shut up. Shut your goofy ass up. No one wanted to hear you. Misclicks. Alrighty. Video game open. Switcheroni El Taparoni. Run game. Lovely. Alright, did a little bit of work off stream. Our first facility is not quite complete yet, but it is close to being complete. I don't have any fucking lights in here. It's gonna be dark. Ick. I want to do a little bit more future proofing before we flick this on. Get up top there. I hate you. Thank you. Oof. Off by just a single row. Unfortunate. Yes, yes. Video can't be monetized. Thank you. What's up, Big Jerry? How's it going, buddy? We're gonna start yapping probably as soon as more people start to trickle in and no. So we're gonna be working on our first facility still here. Then we're gonna get to the the big moist, the moistinator. To big moist soon enough. Just doing a little bit of extra future proofing. The fuck is my hole? Let's not break my legs. Okay, splitter. I really want to be able to fucking turn this thing on. And it's just not quite prepared yet. Bap. So that should be 6 normal mines in total. Eventually it'll be turned to 4. Once we get the Mark II miners, because that will double the output. Of course, all the numbers will change once we get the new recipes, blah, 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 blah. We rebuild it and do all the standard bullshit. Why do I make some of these Mark IIs? That's fine. Actually, it does make sense why I made some of those Mark IIs. Okay, so 1, 2, so this should be 6. So there should be 6 mines. What's up, Clay? Oh, you know, standard shit. Don't know if you guys have seen the post or not, but obviously tomorrow there will be no stream because I will be picking up my mom from the airport and I don't stream when she's here. So I will be tired. we're going to be talking about some... On the stream I come back. We're going to be talking about some silly stuff. Something very silly. Very, very silly. But yes, I've done a bunch of work. Like, with these things over here. Now, these are all pretty much wired up and good to go. Well, eventually I'll have to put in all the, cables and whatnot, but that's, you know, it's a whole other fucking can of worms. You know, it's alright. Nothing to complain about. Really? Fucking Boy Meets Mini with the putis? The fuck? Okay, I hate when this thing does this.
Putis!
Go on. That was either Zane or that was Boy Meets Mini saying putis. For the fact that he said putis. Yes, it was Boy Meets Mini, that son of a bitch. Oh dear. Who grabbed the letter? Kills myself.
I'd sent a get well soon card, but we both know that isn't happening.
Alright, well. Slightly inconvenienced. Dies. Dead. Listen, Chilepi is, Chilepi's good people. I like Chilepi. You know, perhaps I was too harsh on a lot of the commentary YouTubers, and really the only good ones tend to be the fucking smaller ones. The ones who actually have any fucking principle. Because that was always my biggest issue with a lot of the commentary slop channels, besides the fact that they're typically pretty just dog shit, terrible channels. Just complete, like, direct nonsense and slop. It seems like a lot of the smaller creators actually do tend to have some principles and some positions that are just like, yeah, you know what, you're actually correct. This is true. This is a good take. You actually have stuff that makes sense, and you seemingly have some form of a belief system that you, at the very least, care about. Which you can't really say about most fucking commentary channels that have, like, zero beliefs whatsoever. That's why I, generally speaking, just despise them. I should have more room. I was about to say, I do. I just haven't built it yet. Idiot. But let's just say I've been getting into some internet scraps again. That fucking dumbass loser, Spiritu Otaku, blocked me like a little coward for having a terrible position. We're going to talk about that probably tomorrow. At the very least, he tagged me this time. Maybe he did watch my video on him where I fucking trashed on him for being a fucking little pussy-ass bitch. So it looks like I'm kind of in his head. Getting in the head of these fucking losers. Oh well, we're gonna keep doing the same thing. No sympathy, no mercy for these people, for they deserve none. They don't deserve any, for they will never show me the same grace, so why should I give them any fucking mercy? Internet anarchist? I don't know enough about internet anarchist. Dude, it's just like a commentary YouTuber. I don't really have an opinion on him. Sunny V2 is a piece of shit. I know that's one I do have a pretty solid opinion on. Sunny V2 is a pile of dog shit. Yep, hate that motherfucker. That guy's a piece of shit. Mm-hmm. He's like, oi, bruv, look at me, I'm a smug little wanker. And it's just like, shut your goofy ass up. I don't want to hear... I don't want to hear no fucking bullshit from you. Get the fuck out of here, you little fucker. I don't want to hear your damn voice. Think before you sleep is a Nazi, so yes. He's a pretty big pile of shit. Or at the very least, he's a white nationalist. Yeah, okay, bro. Whatever. Yeah, there's a big difference between that sort of through line, little bro. That's true, Boy Meets Minnie. Think before you sleep, can't really think. That's true. And real. Bro cannot use that brain of his that he pretends he to have. Alright, I think it's probably time for me to start putting in the assemblers. I mean, we might as well just... We don't have the throughput for this. Why don't we have the throughput for this, Daho? Because we do not have the belts. We don't have the belts. No. For all the freaking chuds out there, like Asperl and Tecto and Chiron, Ethan Klein, suing people in submission to silence them's absolute utter insanity. That's true. But then again, I mean, it is Asmongold and Tectone. These are two people who actively run away from having any thoughts or beliefs in really much of anything. They're very, very simple creatures. Very, very simple individuals. Very stupid individuals. That actively run away from having any thoughts and beliefs in much of anything. Mostly because they're too stupid to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very simple-minded pricks. This is true. But then again, that's the case with most right-wingers. Most right-wingers tend to be incredibly simple-minded creatures. Alright, well, this may be a little too much, 60 per minute. I mean, we don't have the fucking proper belts for 60 bolted iron, or reinforced iron plates per minute, but he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. I can always expand this as needed, obviously. Obviously, if I need to make these things taller, I can make these things taller. So I can always, when in doubt, build up. 90 plate per second. Well, each one of these is 60. 60 times 6 is 360, so I should have exactly enough for iron plate. Look at that. Screws is another thing. It's going to be behind in terms of screws. Because we don't have the correct... We don't have the belts. So, oh well. This is going to be behind, but... this is what? 6... This should be 900. We are short by about 100 screws per minute. I'm lucky. My beautiful symmetry is going to be destroyed. Not like this. So you're telling me that I do not have enough screws. Because guess what? We need more screws than this. Now, I could just be being a little overly ambitious. I don't think I need 60 iron plate per second. We could just tone this down a little bit. I don't think I really need 60 per second. I think we're fine with just 30 per second. Per minute. I think we're fine with 30. Should be more than enough. Tempering expectations already, Daho. What are you, a fucking libcuck? One must also stay realistic. So this will be the row for reinforced iron plates. We do want to keep a bunch of storage capacity for overflow. And of course, integration into whatever transportation network we end up going with. So long as I don't cross the threshold of that cliff, because that's where I'm going to make all the pickup stations for all this stuff, then we should be A-okay. Ethan Klein do be a bit of a litigious freak. So yeah, okay, so 30, of course, reinforced iron plates is more than enough. We still are having problems, of course, with the amount of screws, because we just don't have the necessary throughput. Obviously, we have done all of our logistics floor nonsense here. What's the purpose of this floor? It's going to be logistics nonsense. It's going to... Our spaghetti will be over here. That's where the spaghetti will be. Anyway, since people are here now. I mean, listen. Even though Charlie's, was uninformed, he still ended up having the correct take. Hassan's also mention of this was good as well. Talking about, hey, listen, Charlie, you really need to sort of know about the stalking, for example, that Ethan has been engaging in Anissa. If he knew about that, he would be very much so against what Ethan Klein is doing and probably not be as soft as baby shit as on him. Because Ethan's been a piece of shit. Which is why I mostly said what I said. It's like, yeah, I mostly just think that Charlie came at it from an uninformed position. Because it's a lot to get into. And if he's only seeing that, or seeing what he's seeing in about, like, 3 hours, it's not enough time. It's just not. Fucking Amogus. What the? Sus? Amogus. Amogus. Holy shit, sussy fucking baka. Alrighty, alrighty, alrighty. He's also gonna have Asmongold's reaction to all this stuff, just to make fun of Asmongold. But honestly, I don't wanna. Fuck you, Asmongold. Suck my cock and balls.
Yeah, the truth.
All right. It's not the right fucking window. I want this one. Thank you. Very cool. Very based. Very excellent. Very fantastic. Alrighty. Finish up with our attacks from Flamination. I forgot to take my fucking supplements. I'll do them later. We're done with this shit. Alright. Get the frickin' over shove her over here. Alrighty. Let's get started with this fucking bullshit, shall we? So, Charlie, MoistCritikal, our jabroni over here, made a follow-up video off of the... Do I want to call it fucking criticism? We'll see why I don't have a problem with a bunch of the criticisms that a lot of people, especially on the left, have had of Charlie. So I've made it pretty clear in my first video on all of this, when Charlie initially did his reactions, of course. Charlie mostly came at this from a misinformed position. I don't think his take was fully informed, but he still ended up having the correct sort of position in the end of saying that Ethan Klein is completely in the fucking wrong for his actions, right? Which I'm just like, you know, I think that's all right. That's fine. He did a little bit of the both sidesing stuff here. He is like very. I mean, he's just like a fucking normie. He doesn't have a fully informed sort of take on terms of all of the minutia of it, but he ended up coming out into the overall correct position in terms of the principle, and that is of, wow, Ethan Klein is a bit of a fucking freak in terms of his litigious fucking actions, which I think overall is a W, right? Abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. So that's pretty good. You know, take what you can get, considering these dark times. I don't know, to be a little full of myself, for lack of a better term. You take what you can get. Overall, Charlie's take on all of it was correct, right? And, you know, should be praised for that, right? It's a lot of the exact same stuff that I've talked about before and harped on, where I just have general problems with a lot of people having rather Puritan sort of like takes on the whole sort of like creators like Charlie saying like, oh, well, I mean, you talked about fucking Collargate. That's a bunch of fucking hooey. Honestly, like, who the fuck cares? Not even Hassan really cares about Collargate at this point. But, you know, parasociality is gonna parasociality. It is what it is. Blah, 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 blah. And here's the thing, like, because it still matters that overall, the take that Charlie had in the case is still, or rather, in this case, still ended up going probably against Ethan Klein's main narrative, which is overall a good thing. And it should be saying, like, yeah, this is a good thing. You know, you take what you can get. Is it perfect? No, no one is perfect. But I'm not expecting perfection from someone like Charlie. So to expect perfection from him, I think is just incredibly fucking stupid. But, like, whatever. Yeah, nobody cares about fucking Collargate anymore. Like, at this point, Hassan memes about fucking Collargate. Because it's like, I'm going to be honest. A lot of the memes that came out of Collargate were really, really funny. Like, they were... we have to keep it a buck, right? We have to keep it a buck. A lot of the memes that came out of Collargate were really funny. They were funny. They were fucking funny. And, I mean, Hassan had a good laugh with it. I mean, obviously, the accusations behind Collargate are fucking stupid. It's nonsensical. And, you know, it's just, like, fucking move on. Like, being upset at Charlie over that stuff in particular is stupid. Being upset over Charlie for not having the perfect fucking take on this, I think, is also fucking stupid. Like I said before, it's fine to say that, yeah, his take's not completely fucking informed. And like I said before, I'm like, here's an example of a video that can't actually fully fucking inform his fucking position, his take on all this. And that's the Kilotonics video, which does a great job at deconstructing a lot of Ethan's sort of dishonesties. I think if you watch the first hour and a half of the Kilotonics video, and maybe even part of the Dan Saltman bit as well, where Ethan Klein, for example, is also very, very sort of, not litigious, but helped to organize the Twitch adpocalypse alongside Dan Stockman, I think could also be very, very valuable. Kilotonics' video should really go without saying, very, very good at outlining the broader sort of hypocrisies and dishonesties that Ethan has been, broadly speaking, engaging with in terms of this whole, shall we say, saga, for lack of a better term. So, generally speaking, we have to just come at that with this particular lens of saying that, yes, Hassan fans, we should really not give a fuck about Collargate and all that stuff. I think that's fucking stupid. And I think Hassan's overall position, and there was a clip of him, I think also played in a Chalepi video. Been referencing Chalepi a lot recently. I mean, his commentary videos on this have been overall very, very good, very solid. Overall, Hassan's sort of like take and criticism of Charlie, I think, is probably one of the best out of all of this, saying that, listen, Charlie, I get that you're not 100% aware of the actions that Ethan Klein has been sort of taking as a byproduct of the sort of like maelstrom of nonsense that Ethan has essentially created. But like, if you knew like what exactly Ethan Klein was up to, you would probably come out with a more aggressive take against him in particular, right? Instead of like, I'll say this, him being a bit soft with Ethan, because I do think he was a bit soft with fucking Ethan. I really do think that. I do think that for sure. So, just given that, for example, it's definitely like correct to say that, yeah, overall Charlie's take on the whole sort of situation was not exactly perfect. It wasn't 100% like well informed or well baked or whatever the fuck term you want to use. But overall, he still comes out with the correct take in all of this and saying that, yeah, what Ethan Klein did was pretty fucked up and fucking stupid. It's just like, okay, bro, like, come on, man. God, you guys are fucking ridiculous. So that should be praised and actively, celebrated. Yada, 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 yada. But, I've been doing a long enough preamble on all of this and whatnot. Why don't we actually get into the sort of whole response that Charlie had to a lot of the fucking criticisms, because it is quite multifaceted and varied.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was going to be a pretty poisonous topic where the only winning move is not to play in regards to covering the H3 versus idubbbz lawsuit. But sometimes you put your hand on the stove to see if, for example, when you make a video calling out like a potential scam, you...
Okay, thank you, YouTube, for skipping forward. Fucking YouTube.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was going to be a pretty poisonous topic where the only winning move is not to play in regards to covering the H3 versus idubbbz lawsuit. But sometimes you put your hand on the stove to see if it's still hot. And boy howdy is it ever. Like I've always said, I treat this channel like a diary. I just blabber about things that I feel like talking on, just sitting in my chair, kicking my little 5'6" petite leggies around, and just giving my thoughts from the old steel trap up here on it. And one topic I've always covered is creator lawsuits. So, when I heard about the H3 versus idubbbz defamation case, I wanted to take a peek at...
So I believe this is Charlie mostly mentioning the fact that he has been, like, fairly offline, relatively speaking, which I myself was somewhat skeptical of. I'm like, I mean, he has been saying, like, I'm kind of like 50-50 on it, where he's just like, he was saying that, I get a lot of my fucking takes from chat, takes rather, that's not correct to say, stories that I want to talk about from chat. They put certain things on my fucking radar. I'm not as terminally online on Twitter as I used to be, which, I mean, seems to be absolutely fucking true. Bro does not really post as much. He does not stream as often. And he certainly has been talking about a lot of more mainstream topics. And not, like, terminally online, like, politics sort of drama and whatnot, or just like general sort of commentary drama stuff, which is definitely an accurate take, because it's a very arduous and it's kind of annoying, and it requires a lot of context in order to be able to get into the full nitty-gritty of all of it, right? So like, he hasn't been focusing on that as much, which, I'd say fair enough, like, whatever. Not to like excuse anything or something. That's not exactly accurate to say. I mean, I don't really blame him for not wanting to get into a bunch of this bullshit, because it is rather arduous. It's tiring, and it tends to be really, really fucking stupid. So, like, I don't really fault him there. Of course, like, I'm still gonna, like, criticize him for the fact that, yeah, it was a mostly misinformed take. To be quite honest, because there is, like, if there was a bunch of stuff that Charlie was privy to, I think he would probably come out on, like, a sort of harder criticism. And I know some of the other criticisms that people had of Charlie was that, why didn't he talk more about the other lawsuits or something? I mean, he tacitly, like, mentioned them, right? Like, again, he only spent about 3 hours on this. If the overall take is that he came at this, like, half-baked, I think that's, like, reasonable. But I'm not, like, expecting, like, perfection from, like, Charlie or something. I just don't think that's, like, really efficacious or, like, effective. Like, it is what it is, right?
Into it, sink my teeth in there and see what's going on, because that is a pretty wild thing to learn about. And learn about it I did like a little scholar. It was a new lawsuit. It was only public knowledge for like 24 hours, so I did as much research on it as I could and watched the idub stream that started, that is like the main catalyst of it. I watched the H3 stream where he explains his lawsuit, and I talked to both parties, idubbbz and Ethan, to try and get the clearest, most complete picture of everything going on here, and then I just gave you my view on it from the old Floridian homunculus eyes. And I think I've always made it abundantly clear, you're always welcome to disagree with me. I've always kept that door wide open because I actually value differences of opinion. I hate echo chambers. I spit on that constantly. I actively shut down the idea that you have to agree with everything I say or else I hate.
I definitely do agree with this sort of like take here from fucking Charlie. I trust me. My YouTube comments section at the very least will say that for certain. I have no problems with people fucking disagreeing with like a lot of the shit that I say. No qualms with it whatsoever. The problem is that most people don't tend to be really honest or not really understand the point that I'm getting at. They try to like make really, really terrible fucking arguments about it before. Yeah, like Boy Meets Mini, you disagree with me constantly on fucking Graham Plattner, right? And like people will still say that Daho's like a leftist cuck in an echo chamber. And it's just like, how? I yell with my fucking audience all the time. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I actively discourage fucking echo chambers. It's not my fault that a lot of these people are projecting the fact that they themselves are also in their own fucking echo chambers. Like, that's not my problem. That's a you problem, motherfucker. So don't fucking like project your own like insecure issues about how much you're stuck in a particular echo chamber onto me. Motherfucker, that's a you problem. That's not a me problem. That's a you problem. So it's just like, fuck off. Don't say that I'm like stuck in an echo chamber because I quote unquote parrot the Hassan line too much or whatever the fuck. It's like, I've said this before. I agree with Hassan on like 95% of like political topics. I do disagree with them mostly in terms of like geopolitics and whatnot. Like it's just fucking stupid. Like the biggest issue that I have is that given the fact that we are living in the death of subjectivity, given the rather like insulated social media environment that we find ourselves under, a lot of people are just getting mad about the fact that people are just having takes off the cuff, don't actually believe or that are outside of their fucking echo chamber, and they get triggered little fucking snowflakes over the fact that, yeah, I think X content creator, well, let's say Asmongold, is like a racist far right fucking piece of shit and should be actively shat on for the fact that he's an idiot and he's a fucking racist. Like, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you, bitch. But yeah, pretty much like the same thing with like MoistCritikal. Given the fact that he is a bit milquetoast and whatnot, on a bunch of different stuff. Although honestly, he's taken some hard stances on stuff before. Like for example, trans kids, right? Charlie is in full support of kids being able to fucking socially transition and everything, right? Because he's done the work, reading about it, and agrees with the scientific consensus. He's done the research, reading the fucking articles, maybe watching a couple videos here and there, talking about the validity of fucking trans kids, and he's just like, yeah, I agree with this. Like, it makes sense. He takes hard stances on stuff when it's necessary. Like, I mean, he literally debated Sneeko all over that. And Sneeko was saying some fucking weird sussy shit during the entirety of that fucking debate. But people saw, like, Charlie as, like, being a loser in that debate, which I think is fucking stupid. But he certainly takes hard stances when he fucking thinks it's necessary. On this one, yeah, like, I just think he was a bit too soft on fucking Ethan. But I mostly say it's because I don't think he's just perfectly informed of that. And I think that's, like, fine, right? Like, he should just get more informed. And then he can change, get better, or maybe get worse. Who the fuck knows exactly?
You're tacky and I hate you. Throughout all my content, from the womb to the tomb, I have always welcomed discussion and people having a difference of opinion because, as I've always said, I think when you surround yourself with sycophants and you only lock yourself into one way of viewing things, you do yourself a disservice. I think it is a bad thing to just be constantly locked in a bubble. Now, the reason I mention that is because I made the mistake, I committed the old sin of taking a peek at what the discussion was around this video on, like, Reddit and Twitter, which something I haven't done in quite a few moons now. I was expecting, like, actual discussion because I'm new to this topic and I wanted to see, okay, well, what are some things that I didn't know about, what can I learn about here and dive deeper on? And there was some very valid critiques and some information that I could get my hands on and learn more about. But boy howdy, there was a lot of hoopla that I couldn't have even imagined would be like a controversial thing. And there were people that were proudly stating they didn't watch the video, and then getting angry at things they assumed I might have said in it.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid. Like, what the fuck are you doing here? Like, I'm gonna be honest here. I think I admit it. It's like, yeah, I pre-watched the video. I did pre-watch, because I was mostly curious to see what the take was. Because I heard things saying, like, yeah, Charlie is certainly against Ethan. Like, I've seen some clips on from like clip accounts on like Twitter and stuff saying that, like, yeah, Charlie's coming out against this thing. I'm like, ooh, that's really, really bad for Ethan that that's the case, that a massive content creator that Ethan Klein actually cares about and respects is coming out against him. That's a massive, massive L for fucking Ethan. Deserved L, of course. Ethan has been a massive pile of shit in terms of all this stuff. So as far as I'm concerned, Ethan can go fuck himself. I don't really give much of a shit at all, of course. So not idubbbz, but rather Ethan, or rather Charlie coming out against Ethan is a massive blow. And it's a good thing, right? Like, that should be fucking celebrated, because honestly, if Charlie wanted to be like more insulated and just take the side of the larger content creator, he fucking could have, but he didn't. And that's something I should be, you know, saying, like, this is good. This is a good outcome. You know, we take what we can fucking get.
Or attacking me for things that I never said that aren't in the video because they didn't watch it. Or they're replying to someone who's just actually making shit up that they're pulling out of their ass that I never said. So it just feels fucking useless to even engage in the topic in that case. Like, it's so on.
And this is a good point here that Charlie is fucking raising, right? Because guess what? And we're going to get to Ethan's reaction in terms of all of this. Ethan is able to scrape up a bit of a fucking W from this, right? This is why I'm actively against fucking Puritanism, right? And I don't think it's fucking effective. Ethan Klein is, of course, lying about a lot of the stuff that he's saying, but whatever. But Ethan can now claim, for example, that this is why you can't fucking appeal to all those fucking lefties, Charlie, because they're all dishonest, and they will just constantly fucking lie. You can't fucking appeal to them, blah, 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 blah. And Ethan is not saying that from, like, an honest fucking position. Like, of course not. He's lying, obviously. And the problem is that he's been constantly fucking lying. However, if you go after Charlie, you shoot this proverbial fucking messenger in the way that you are, you're just making yourself look ridiculous for no reason. I think this was also the point that Chalepi also raised in his video, which I do wholeheartedly fucking agree with. Like, the Puritanism is unnecessary here. I think it's actively a fucking detriment to being able to do the, well, work necessary in order to show people how much of a fucking, like, miserable, ostensible pile of dog shit fucking Ethan Klein has been in all of this. And you're going after Charlie for, like, what exactly? I don't know, because he didn't have the perfectly well-crafted take that a lot of these motherfuckers were looking for. And it's just like, dog, like, you're missing the forest from the trees, man. Like, you gotta take the fucking W's where you can get them. Nothing is ever going to be perfect. We don't live in a fucking utopia, unfortunately. Like, sometimes you gotta take what you can fucking get sometimes. It is what it is, man.
Like, one that I didn't expect was just me mentioning that I'm not online as much as I used to be was apparently, like, a highly debated topic.
The guy whose entire career is front-running whatever's
Hi,
going
Mike.
viral is saying that he doesn't know what's going on the internet. All right, I mean, obviously, we got to take a
Keep in mind, this is not the first time that a massive fucking content creator is bringing up Michael from fucking Pennsylvania over here, to basically clown on him for his shitty fucking opinions. Mike, this is the fucking problem with you being a weirdo fucking Puritan. You're gonna get fucking clowned on for having a terrible fucking take. And this take, you know, we'll get into it, was fucking terrible by Mike. Like, it's like, Mike, what the fuck are we doing here, bud? Like, seriously, man. This is a waste of fucking time. If you're trying to be, like, a moral fucking Puritan in terms of, like, Charlie's fucking fence-sitting positions. Because I think it's fine to criticize Charlie for the fact that he was a bit of a fucking, or that he had a bit of a softball with Ethan. I think it was a little bit of a fucking softball there. I think that's fine to criticize and bring up, right? I have no qualms with that whatsoever, right? But, like, to say that, like, you know, Charlie's take is basically worthless in terms of the position that he's taking here, I think is fucking stupid. And I mean, like, listen, I said this myself before. I think I'm a little skeptical in terms of Charlie's terminal onlineness, but then I like look it up further, and it's like, I mean, yeah, he doesn't really post that much on Twitter, and he always streams every now and again, and he just mostly makes his like YouTube videos. I mean, maybe he is just not as terminally online as he fucking used to be, which I think is like fair enough. I mean, I said before, like, I don't really care as much about like how terminally online Charlie is. I don't think that's like important to all of the matter. All I care about is the fucking principle. And guess what, Mike? You too should also care only about the fucking principle.
Word for it, right? Let's see what videos he's been making. Lego. Watch Mojo got even more pathetic. Degenerate cringe. Lego vigilantes. Lego scandal keeps getting messy. Barber responds to the Lego scandal. Lego scandal is getting extremely dangerous and scary. Cringe officer embarrasses himself. Lego scandal keeps getting crazier.
The gist of it is, when I was talking
like,
about
again, here's the thing, Mike. You can see yourself that Charlie just talks about shit, right? This is a fucking dog shit fucking argument you're going with here, Mike. Because, again, you're just going to make yourself look unreasonable for, like, no reason, right? And guess what? You're just going to embarrass yourself and the broader fucking left-leaning people, where Ethan is now going to use this as ammunition, saying, and a lot of the fucking dumbass detractors are going to be like, this is why you don't appeal to the fucking lefties. Look at how fucking unreasonable they are. And it's because of stupid shit that you say, Mike. So stop the fucking cap and stop being such a fucking complete dumbass when it comes to shit like this, bro.
Defamation lawsuit, I also mentioned that Ethan has other active lawsuits against other creators, and I called him the Nintendo of YouTubers because he's become extremely litigious. But I didn't dive into those other lawsuits because I didn't know much about them. And that claim is apparently extremely hard to believe because everyone thinks and assumes that I am terminally online like I used to be 2 or 3 years ago. But when I said that's not the case, there are quite a few people that just don't believe me. Unfathomable moment, so it must be a lie. So here's a streamer debunking by going through my channel and noticing I've posted a lot of videos on Lego, for example, because of the big Lego scandal, which I think is a very interesting example to use off the point he's making about me front-running every viral story. Because with the Reckless Bin versus Bricks and Minifigs Lego scandal, I actually was getting called out for avoiding that and ignoring it because I was late to covering it. Reckless Bin dropped part 1 on May 21st, and I heard about it from Stream Chat, and then a friend sent it to me as well, and I made my video covering it on May 26th, 5 days later, but in that interim, people were saying I was avoiding the topic. I just find it fascinating how, if I cover something quickly or extensively, like in the case of the Lego scandal, that's a problem. I'm just front-running shit to capitalize off the virality of it. But
honestly, it's just the byproduct of the fucking social media environment that we find ourselves under. Here's the thing with fucking Michael from Pennsylvania, okay? Buddy, you're also terminally online yourself as well. Like, giving a bunch of shit to Charlie for not being as terminally online as he used to be, I think it's just stupid. It doesn't do anything, right? It doesn't help the fucking situation whatsoever. You're actively, like, making yourself look more ridiculous for, like, what exactly? Because you want to be, like, the Puritan holier-than-thou fucking lefty. And people wonder why a lot of the fucking dumbasses online will just be like, this is why we can't like fucking leftists, and we have to hate on the leftists at all times, because they tend to be holier-than-thou fucking losers. And it's just like, with people like Michael from Pennsylvania, it's just like, yeah, unfortunately, that's an accurate fucking point. Because, again, he's being a holier-than-thou fucking dumbass.
If I am late to covering something, well, that means that I was avoiding it, and I must have known about it the whole time and had ulterior motives.
Like, I just think the criticism here of saying that, quote-unquote, Charlie was too late to cover a thing, I just think is fucking stupid. Like, listen, cover a thing when you can get to cover the thing. If you don't want to fucking cover the thing, you don't want to fucking cover the thing. Blah, 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 blah. Like, I haven't covered the bricks and minifig situation, and there's a bunch of crazy shit going on with there. It's like a corrupt police department, hundreds of thousands of dollars have essentially been stolen. Like, Reckless Ben is like, doesn't have access to like his GoFundMe money for like the lawsuits and all this shit. It's fucking crazy. There's a lot of crazy shit going on here. I'll probably watch some like video summarizing all of it, yada yada yada, at a fucking later point in time, because like I've just been looking at and been more interested in covering a bunch of other shit instead. Like, it is what it is, man.
To avoid the topic out of cowardice, and I only talk about it when pressed. Feels like a lose-lose. If I'm too quick to something or too interested in something, so I make a lot of content on it, well, then I'm just there to front run it and capitalize off it being popular. But if I'm too slow to it, well, it means I was actually avoiding it the whole time, and when I do cover it, well, it's only because people pressured me. So where's the Goldilocks zone? I can't be too quick to something or too interested in it, because that's frowned upon, but I also can't be too slow to it or not cover it at all, because then that must mean that I knew about it the whole time. I'm damn near omniscient, I guess. I see everything, and thus, if I am slow to it or don't talk about it, then there was an ulterior motive and a deeper reason that's nefarious. So where is the Goldilocks zone? I personally don't...
Here's the thing. I mean, for a lot of people, there's not really going to be a fucking Goldilocks zone. It is what it is. You just get to what you can fucking get to. I don't know if Charlie has, like, a massive team around him, or if he's just, like, one guy. I'm assuming he's just, like, one guy. He's just one guy. He probably, I don't know, I don't even know if, does Charlie even edit his own videos or something? I mean, it doesn't take very long to edit his own videos. There's not a lot of effects going on or whatever the fuck. Like, honestly, like, why not just take the fucking free W, Mike? Like, I just don't get it. It's a free, like, free eats, free W's, you know? Like, just take your fucking free eats and be happy with it. Be like, yeah, sure, you know. Like, I don't think his take was fully informed. I think it's fine to criticize him on that in particular, because I think that's, like, an honest criticism. But, like, all this fucking stupid, dumbass fuck shit about, like, Aaron, you weren't fast enough to covering it. Why didn't you cover it sooner or earlier? Because, like, and this is what a lot of the fucking Hassan fans will claim. It's like, well, you covered Colorgate, like, as soon as it came out, but not this, lawsuit which has been going on, these lawsuits which have been going on for like 3 fucking years. Why is that? That seems a little weird. It's just like, bro, honestly, who the fuck really cares? I'm gonna be honest here. Like, because chat is going to bring up whatever they're going to fucking bring up, and I guarantee you there's probably going to be a bunch of people within Charlie's chat who probably do not like Hassan for various fucking reasons, right? And most of them are probably going to be really stupid fucking reasons. And that's why you decided to fucking cover Colorgate quicker than probably a bunch of the other bullshit that he probably always he covers otherwise, right? It is what it fucking is, right? Just acknowledge that this is the fucking case and be like, yeah, like, we have to fucking acknowledge that this is what Charlie has covered during a particular time and juncture. You can have, like, questions about it or whatever and think it's, like, bullshit for various reasons. Yada, yada, yada. But, like, don't do this, like, weird fuck shit where you're just like, no, you have to be, like, perfect in terms of, like, things that you cover at all times, because if you're not, I'm going to assume that you have, like, some other nefarious agenda at play. It's just like, dog, don't fucking do that. That's really fucking stupid. And it's just, like, it's not effective. It's not a good argument. It's not going to fucking ultimately lead to anything. It's just the Puritanism, man. I fucking hate Puritanism.
Don't see why it's so hard to believe that, considering in a lot of the stories I cover, they have already been covered by others, like Dolan Darkus, for example. Slop Live has beaten me to, like, every topic for the last year, basically. And the way I find out about a lot of the things I cover is through, like I said, friends sending it to me, or when I do stream, which isn't daily, I'm a semi-retired streamer, but when I do stream chat, putting things on my radar. And naturally, what people are probably going to be sending are the popular things, because that's what they've seen. So that's usually what I get sent.
He's an normie audience, man.
Like, on his stream, as he was scrolling around, talking about how it's only, like, you know, the big popular stuff, he passed multiple things that weren't. Like, that video about not enough people think about this, that's about sand. It's literally just about sand and sand-related crimes like the Sand Mafia. And he also even called out another one about ranking every item on Panda Express's menu. He used that to, like, belittle me about, like, you know, it's not good is the thing he was insinuating there. But it's not, like, a viral story. It's not like Panda Express is a huge topic you gotta strike while the iron's hot. My channel has always just been things that I'm interested in at the time. And yeah, there are a lot of stories I get sent that I do find interesting and do yap about, like the Lego scandal. But I really do miss a lot more these days than I did when I was very online all the time, like 2 or 3 years ago. I don't know, like, how else to prove it to you. I mean, I guess, like, you can look at my Twitter page and see that I have 2 tweets in, like, the last 2 years, or on Instagram I make, like, a post every month and a half, and a lot of them are just me hanging out with my farm animals. Like, you can check my stream history and see that I'm not an active streamer. Like, I'm an active streamer, but I'm not streaming with the same frequency I used to, and I'm not putting in really long hours aside from when I did Destiny 2.
Like, I'm gonna be honest here. There's not really much to say here besides Michael from Pennsylvania, Mike from PA. You're making yourself look like an idiot for no reason. Like, why would you do this? Like, this is the fucking problem. You made yourself look like a moron for no fucking reason, bro. Like, it's not good. It's not a good thing. Like, it's just, God, why? Why, bro?
Salvation's Edge Blind recently, which is fucking exciting, but I don't really know how else to say it. I just don't see everything that happens online, and I can't believe that's something that's apparently like a big issue or so unbelievable. Like, in fact, it's embarrassing for me that people can't imagine that I'm not online all the time.
All the lazy ass fucking thumbnails. Also, he has the Asmongoldien outfit where he only wears a dirty white t-shirt in every fucking thumbnail. God, every single video is like...
Jesus fuck, man. Fucking, okay, you know what? We're gonna do the meme. Like, bro, you're fucking Hassan Unt, okay? Shut the fuck up, dumbass, right? Like, this is Mike from PA's, like, whole fucking shtick here, right? He tries to do alpha male fucking posturing, right? When in reality, he's, like, as Soylent as fucking Soylent gets. He makes himself look as ridiculous as fucking possible, for no reason, unironically. It's like, Mike, you're fucking shooting yourself in the foot here for the stupidest fucking reasons on the planet. Just stop. Please, like, I'm like doing, it's like the Mr. Incredible meme where I'm just like looking at Mike saying like, please just fucking stop. You look ridiculous. You're being fucking goofy right now, bro.
Like, guys, he's gotta stay offline to make his Panda Express tier list.
Well, now you've gone way too far. How fucking dare you? I have been wearing white t-shirts, not dirty white t-shirts, by the way, pristine Jim Mint white t-shirts since high school, since Asmongold was in diapers. It's like me saying that you have a MoistCritikal hair and beard combo. But anyway, now let's talk about the other lawsuits here, because that was a big point that people were very upset with, that I didn't extensively cover those as well when talking about the defamation lawsuit. And since I didn't do so, and people didn't believe that it was because I didn't know about it, they are accusing me of knowingly avoiding it, or even silently championing for those lawsuits, which I find befuddling, because throughout my entire time on YouTube, the 18 or 19 years on YouTube, I think I've made it beyond crystal clear how much I dislike this litigious approach to online discourse. And really just this excessive use of the legal system for strong-arming or silencing. Like, I have made, I don't know how many videos covering cases even outside of, like, the internet scope of, like, you know, sometimes the...
Yeah, you guys are becoming a fucking hive mind. I mean, like, listen, like, what else? I mean, what else am I gonna really say here? I have no reason to really like Mike from PA, because I think he's a fucking dumbass very often. Like... Mike, you fucked up here. You're making yourself look ridiculous for no fucking reason. Like, why would you do this, man? Like, you're silly, right? And people are gonna fucking make fun of you. This is gonna be your second, like, PewDiePie video moment where you just made yourself look goofy for no fucking goddamn reason. It's like, Mike, why'd you do this to yourself? Like, why? There's just no reason for any of this fucking behavior. Like, I don't know, dude. Yeah, I guess this is what Mike meant when he said annex the fucking suburbs.
Legal toilet paper flying back and forth, but, like, just in general. Like, the willy-nilly lawsuits that fly around from, like, corporations attempting to bully people, too. Like, I don't know why anyone would think for a second that I would be avoiding talking about that or agreeing with it. Why would I? I never have in the past, so why would I start now? You just don't like me, which is totally fine. I get it. Not everyone likes the old Florida peach. But you're just viewing it in bad faith and making that assumption, and it's incorrect. Because the truth is, and this shouldn't come as a shock to anyone, after learning more about those other lawsuits that Ethan is engaged in, like the fair use lawsuits and such, guess what? I don't agree with those either. Now, obviously, I don't know all the nitty-gritty around every single lawsuit. I've only just begun learning about all of these, but from everything I've seen from the lawsuits that he has actively going on, there's nothing in there that makes me think that this is, like, the right way of doing things, or that this is different from other times in the past where creators have sued each other over disputes.
Whoa, so, well, hold on. Charlie becoming more informed on a topic, and he's coming out still to the correct conclusion from all of it, which is why the main criticism that you should have of Charlie when he engaged with his initial video is that he comes overall to the correct position. It's just that it's a little misinformed. It was just a little misinformed. But the problem is that, again, we're dealing with fucking Mike from PA, man. He has to do the alpha male, like, super posturing and whatnot, because, again, he's really fucking stupid, man. He's just, like, I really do hate Mike from PA, man. Like, God, stupid. Yeah, like, soft, hesitant takes with not enough knowledge. And that was the same problem that I had as well. It's just, like... It's like, listen, like, this is the main problem I'm having here with Charlie's fucking take, is that it's a little hesitant, it's a little soft, and it's not fully fucking informed. But I do think that if he does get informed, he's probably gonna come out saying like, yeah, I think what Ethan is doing here is a bunch of fucking hooey and it's a bunch of bullshit. And it's just like, yeah, and that's the fucking position. He's coming to the overall fucking correct conclusion. Anyways, I guess it ain't good enough for fucking Mike, who, God, he'll just like do stupid shit all the time. God, fucking dumb, man. Main problem is he shouldn't have said anything until he actually knew more. Yeah, for sure, Zane, right? But like, honestly, yeah, I mean, yeah, I pretty much agree with that wholeheartedly. Because he was just gonna come off as like looking really, really bad here in terms of the whole sort of criticism. Like I said before, that's why I come back to fucking Hassan's overall criticism of Charlie here. And why I think Hassan's overall criticism of Charlie is probably the most accurate. Where he's just like, Charlie, if you knew like the shit that Ethan was up to during these like whole multitudes of years, you would probably also come out wholeheartedly fully against him, right? And that, guess what? Yeah, I agree with fucking Hassan's take on that, right? I think that's the fucking correct position in all of this, right? Because what Ethan is doing is a bunch of hooey, it's a bunch of bullshit, and it's fucked up, and it should be fucking actively criticized. But like, whatever. Unfortunately, people are just gonna look at like dumbass shit that Mike from PA mostly has to say, and just be like, haha, this is why like the left is, you shouldn't ever appeal to the lefties. They're always often incredibly hysterical, and it's because of dumbass shit from fucking people like Mike, making himself look as ridiculous as fucking possible. It's like, thanks, Mike. Fucking moron.
Now, clearly I don't know all the nuance and intricacies of fair use law. Ethan would certainly know that better than I, and many others would. So maybe he has some strong cases here, and in one of the instances with one of these streamers, it did seem like they were just uninterrupted playing the video without even an attempt to transform it. So maybe that could be like a easy fair use win for Ethan. But I just don't think that's a win overall. Like, for as long as I've been on the internet, that kind of behavior has been frowned upon. And I really think if the targets were different, if it wasn't streamers that a lot of people don't like, the response would be very different to these lawsuits. Right now, a lot of people celebrate them because they just hate the people that Ethan is suing. So they go yeehaw for it. But these individuals, like the streamers in particular for the fair use, they are a fraction of the size of Ethan. So it's, to me, a hard case to make that he was genuinely, like, losing eyeballs because of them streaming it on their Twitch channel. And yeah, that is, like, a big asshole thing for them to do, but let's be real, it's not hurting you, it's just you don't like them, and they don't like you. So this was a way of being able to get a big jab in there, and since a lot of the internet doesn't like them, they get to rally behind you as well, as opposed to start asking the question, why even bother? You are...
Again, and here's Charlie coming out with the overall correct take on the other fucking lawsuits, on both... on all three of Casey, Tron, Denims, and fucking Frogan. He's correct here. This is a great fucking take. In fact, this is the exact same stuff that many of the other more principled content, or not content, but commentary sort of channels have also been saying. It's the same shit that Chalepi has been saying, Gokuzaru, I think even Queeman has said the exact same shit. A lot of these other fucking guys have had the exact same sort of fucking takes. And they're correct. Yeah, the only reason why Ethan is doing this is because he just hates those particular content creators, right? And that it's not about, like, free speech or fair use or whatever. That's obviously a bunch of hooey, it's a bunch of bullshit, it's a bunch of fucking gobbledygook, okay? It's nonsense. Ethan is lying when he fucking says that shit. But then again, Mike, you're making yourself look as goofy and doopy as possible. Whew. That one just fucking came out on me, dude. Just because you want to, like, signal some form of, like, strange puritanism that's not going to be really effective for anyone. Because Charlie is ostensibly on our fucking side here. He does not agree with Ethan's fucking actions. Is it his fault that it's not perfectly fucking informed, Charlie's? Yes, but you can make that fucking criticism in good faith instead of, like, I don't know, doing the weird bad faith fucking bullshit that you decided to go ahead with here. Because I made that exact same take before, and I'm just saying it in good faith, because I'm like, I think if Charlie did get informed on all of this stuff, he would come out and say, like, the rest of the fucking lawsuits and everything else is bad. And like I fucking predicted, yeah, that's exactly what fucking happened. So, again, Mike, you're making yourself look like an idiot for no reason, bro. Like, honestly, optical loss for nothing. Just for nothing.
already won, again, against that kind of behavior. The internet, from what I can tell, again, this is kind of post-mortem now since I'm super late to it, but from what I can tell, no one was really on the side of the streamers that were just blatantly streaming it without any kind of transformation or anything like that. So you already won. What's the point in continuing this further, paying big bucks to the lawyer just so you could also financially hurt them to further, get them? It seems like it's less about, fighting a just cause for fair use and more about, like, here's some more ammunition. The big one that I spent the most time looking into is the Denham's case, because it's the most recent and is being touted as a tentative loss for Ethan, which I don't know what a tentative loss really means, because it's not an official loss, it's still an ongoing...
Yeah, basically a tentative loss is saying that there's an opportunity for Ethan to essentially have some form of an appeal or rebuttal to it. But otherwise, like, in terms of the actual case itself, it's a overall loss there for Ethan, considering the fact that the basically the judges have used his exact fucking precedent, where the judges are basically saying, like, okay, I mean, we don't agree with what the prosecution has here. We agree with the fucking defense, but we will see. Probably because of like procedural reasons. That's generally the reason why they hand out like tentative sort of like rulings on a bunch of stuff like this. Probably because of procedural reasons, the court is essentially saying, like, we'll see if the prosecution has any potential rebuttal or whatever, and we'll see how it goes. But for the time being, like, it's not a good position for Ethan. It's pretty bad for him, actually.
Lawsuit here, but the judge had like a very seemingly stern view on it, that even cited Ethan Klein's previous fair use victory against him in his suit against Denham's.
Like I said
Ethan
before.
Klein, a while back, had a landmark achievement in the fight for fair use against good old bold guy Matt Haas, and that ruling was cited here against him in this fair use lawsuit. So to me, that illustrates that maybe these lawsuits aren't coming from a genuine place of trying to enforce real fair use and are potentially just coming from a place of revenge. Now, I don't know the intricacies of everyone that's being sued and their relationship to Ethan and the snark community. I don't know, but from everything I've seen in these lawsuits, I just don't agree with going this extremely...
And that's like mostly the problem with like a lot of the stuff here. Why he went like the you should have like... Honestly, like, just watching the Kilotonics video alone would probably inform him better on the sort of a whole position of the CPS call, the skulls, all that fucking bullshit, snark, blah 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 blah, and he probably would have formulated a better take, and probably not been as misinformed, because Ethan is lying to Charlie. He's explicitly fucking lying, and we all know Ethan. Bro can't be fucking trusted at all whatsoever.
But they just passed. There are very few lawsuits in this space that I think make sense. And like I said yesterday, the one that does is him going after the snarking community that allegedly did send a fraudulent CPS check to his house. And
again, this is a lie specifically from Ethan Klein, right? He lied about that. There's just no evidence to suggest that Snark sent or called fucking CPS on his fucking house. That's a lie, right? And this is kind of the problem here, where if you just had that little bit of additional fucking context, be able to form a better fucking take.
And human skulls, which apparently is taboo to even mention now for some reason. I got fucking dogpiled for bringing that up, but from everything I've seen, that did happen, right? Like, I didn't hallucinate that or anything. So, like, that's a pretty fucking big deal. That's a pretty traumatizing thing. That is psychopath behavior. So, if the snarking community is responsible for that, then yeah, it makes sense to go that path, because that is extremely unhinged, and that is something that should be pursued legally.
But the problem is, and why people are criticizing you, Charlie, on this, is because it's not true. It's a lie, right? It's a lie that was fabricated by Ethan, right? Because of the fact that we have just not seen any evidence at all presented by the Kleins saying that it was someone from the Snark Reddit who sent the skulls. Someone who called fucking CPS, right? Based off of the Giardia claims that Ethan was making. In fact, I mean, even Ethan Klein is complaining about the people saying that the Giardia claims are fucking fabricated by Snark. And it's just like, bro, we can find the clips, man. You were literally talking about how your fucking baby was rolling around in frothy diarrhea, man. Like, this is just an easily disprovable fucking lie. Like, why make that lie? Because in reality, Ethan just has this, like, conspiratorial narrative around, like, fucking snark and all this bullshit.
To stop that from ever happening again. But yeah, I honestly am very surprised how many people were so quick to jump to the conclusion that I was avoiding this and lying about not knowing about it, and secretly championing for those lawsuits and that kind of thing. It's so upsetting because good faith is something that's just gone. It's completely flushed down the shitter. Anyone who would watch the video in good faith would be able to recognize, okay, maybe he is telling the truth and doesn't know about those lawsuits, which is why he hasn't included them there. I feel like that would be a normal thing to do, a courtesy to extend, considering I have always vocally advocated against this kind of extremely litigious path in online discourse and online communities. So why now is that no longer afforded the courtesy of, oh no, he definitely fell back on his principles. He doesn't believe in that anymore here. But I guess, to be honest, good faith is kind of viewed as weakness online. People are far more interested in scalp, far more interested in the spectacle and as much shit slinging as possible. So if it's trying to approach things with a level head, you kind of get attacked by everybody because no one really wants that anymore. So like yesterday, I feel like I did a very good faith.
I have to agree with fucking Charlie here, dude. Like, yeah, nobody cares about good faith fucking interpretations on anything anymore. He's just right, man. He's just correct here, right? Yeah, no one is even fucking, listen, I've talked about this before. Yeah, I guess I'm a fence sitter now. Like, the death of subjectivity also applies to fucking Marxist-Leninists, which fucking Mike from PA kind of pretends to be one. Whatever. Like, Mike from PA is a very, very cartoonishly silly individual. And will say a lot of very, very fucking silly things consistently. And here's the thing, that's not going to be a bad faith fucking interpretation to make. So it's just like, dog, come on, man. You're just making your own position weaker for no reason. Like, take the fucking W's that you get. Just take the fucking W's, man.
Faith, look at everything, and I spent 3 hours going through, like, the essentials of what was going on, learning about it from the ground up. And once I did that, then I dove into watching idubbbbz stream where the lawsuit spawned from, I watched H3 stream, and I talked to them, and continued to look deeper into it across the span of most of that day. And I approached it, I believe, in very good faith across the board. And in doing so, you will always earn that prestigious title of fence sitter. If you're not extreme on either side of the drama, you are fence sitting it. Which I think it's a term that's really lost all its luster, because in that video, I think it's a pretty strong stance. I don't agree with Ethan's defamation lawsuit, and I spend 36 minutes yapping about all of my reasons why. And boy howdy, I repeated myself multiple times. I watched it back, and I literally made the same point like 3 times by accident. Like I said, I do most of these in only a handful of takes, so sometimes I lose track of what I've already said. So like, I really did make it very clear what my stance is, that this is not something that gets 2 big thumbs up for me. But because I also mentioned that idubbbbz stream was a very poorly handled one that I think used a disgusting comment to try and illustrate his points, and that it was a very painful stream to sit through, because I mentioned that, people are accusing me of both sidesing it. You were shitting on idubbbbz for most of the video, actually, which I don't know how you walk away with that impression. idubbbbz himself will also tell you that that was a bad stream, and he is regretful of it. He has publicly come out, apologized for it, and said that that was bad, and that it was too far. But me giving my perspective that, yeah, it was pretty torturous to sit through is apparently, you know, a big no-no. Now, I'm going to go ahead and repeat myself again before getting into the next stuff I want to talk about, because, again, a lot of the drama from this isn't even about my take on it. It's about clips of my take on it without even giving why I think that. So I want it really front and center so that there can be no confusion why I disagree with this defamation lawsuit. So to do that, let's take it from the top, from the start. What started this defamation lawsuit?
It's okay. So I do want to say I don't agree with what's being said in this comment here. But I'm putting it on screen because I think it should be addressed, because it's a big, bold accusation that's very fucked up.
That comment he is showing was not made by him. He then goes on to explain what he's actually trying to accomplish by having that comment on his stream for so long as a watermark.
Also, I will say that I think Ethan Klein is terrified of this guy. So it's just kind of like legit. It is, to me, it's super funny that he has so much smoke for everyone that he thinks he can bully, but the person that he's fucking terrified, he just keeps very overtly running from.
Destiny,
like,
he's talking about
I think he made this point pretty dog shittily, and used a very gross comment for it, which is what I said.
I guess what I mean, that's like a take you can fucking have, right? Like, I think the take is like fine. I mean, you can have qualms with it. I mean, fucking Charlie over here doesn't fucking agree with it, right? That's fair. I mean, that's fair. You know, you can just say you don't fucking agree with the take, and that's like whatever. I don't have really much of a fucking problem with that. I don't agree with like Charlie there. I think that like the take is like whatever, to be quite honest. But like, this is the main fucking problem with a lot of this stuff. generally speaking. Why it becomes like a shit show, and it always devolves into a bit of a fucking mess. It makes it such that a lot of like actual like good faith interpretations of like a lot of these like behaviors done by like Ethan Klein are going to be seen as like ineffective, like pointless to fucking do, because unfortunately we have to deal with a bunch of like clean up from like a bunch of dumbasses who just say their stupid fuck shit like Mike. It's just annoying, dude.
Yesterday, and I still stand by that, and I said it to idubbbz as well. The point that he is making by showing this comment on his stream is, look at what Destiny can say and get away with without Ethan's wrath, yet he has smoke for so many other people. Destiny has said something unthinkably heinous, and Ethan isn't going after him, he's going after other people. He must be afraid of him. That is his point with showing that. Ethan has gone on to say that this is significantly more malicious from idubbbz than Destiny, because Destiny said it in passing and, you know, he was just being a dickhead and disavowed it. But idubbbz isn't saying it, and he even openly states, without any guesswork, without any riddles, and without any sarcasm, that he doesn't agree with it, that he doesn't believe it. He is not presenting it as true. But Ethan's saying it's more malicious because Ian, idubbbz, did meet his family, meet his kids, and now he has that comment on his stream. And I agree, that is filthy, and it is very low, which is why I'm saying it wasn't a good stream from idubbbz. It just wasn't, and it's something he admits as well. But at no point in that stream that I sat through did idubbbz ever try and make the argument that Destiny's comment reflects the truth or is real in any way. He openly says he doesn't agree with it. He is using it to make a point. He doesn't do a great job of expressing that point super clearly. But what he does express clearly, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, is that he doesn't agree with the comment. So it just doesn't make sense to me why Ethan is super willing to say, like, I didn't mean anything coming from Destiny, but idubbbz having it on his stream means malicious intent and that it's lending an air of credibility to it. I just disagree because he's never putting credibility into it. Him sarcastically saying that this is a serious allegation that he should really look at is him making the point that, why are you ignoring something this gross from Destiny, but going so hard on others for much less? And in Ethan's statement, like I pointed out, he does outright say that he had a much better chance of winning against idubbbz in Canada because of their laws there being very different than the laws here in the U.S. So he didn't believe he could actually win against Destiny in the U.S.
Like I said before, Florida's Florida's. But I mean, yeah, actually, Florida's anti-slap laws are very, very effective and very strong in comparison to that of Alberta, which has none, right? I'm not really saying much of anything at the moment right now because, again, Charlie's not really saying anything that's, like, disagreeable or needs additional fucking context. I mean, he's just, like... I mean, he's just saying what's, like, true here, right? Like, that's... should really go without saying. I mean, like, listen. Mike from PA... he is not the best of us, okay? He's not the... I disavow Mike from PA. It's strong, it's brave, I know. But yes, I disavow Mike from PA.
US, but felt he could against idubbbz in Canada. So to me, that feels like trying to capitalize off lax free speech laws in Canada to get revenge, and using this as a convenient excuse of exacting that revenge and punishing him further for associating with snarkers, as opposed to actually pursuing a real defamation case. Because if it's a defamation case you're only willing to pursue in Canada and not here in the States, then to me it doesn't feel like a defamation case worth pursuing. And people are upset at me for saying that, but I just truly believe that free speech, laws around speech in general, should be very protected, and I feel like the US does a pretty strong job compared to other countries, and I think that should be extended to every country on the planet, to have laws that are strong to protect real free speech. And like I said, if idubbbz was going around saying that the Destiny comment was accurate, it was true, and promoting it as a legitimate claim that he believed in, and used his previous friendship with Ethan as this place of credibility to try and convince his argument that this is a claim that has really got some merit to it, some real oomph, then I would completely agree that wouldn't be free speech, and that wouldn't be protected in the US either, by the way. So in that case, I would get that. If he was going around knowingly spreading this fraudulent, disgusting allegation and promoting it as though it were true, then yeah, that would be a defamation case that I would understand.
And I mean, this is pretty much the metaphorical sort of RKO here for fucking Mike. Is the fact that, yeah, I don't agree with this, and I think it's bullshit, right? And this is why I think, like, Mike is just making himself look ridiculous for no fucking reason. Because, again, Charlie makes it rather fucking goddamn clear that he, acknowledges, like, Ethan Klein's sort of, like, not position here. It says that, yeah, like, even, not even Ethan, but even, like, idubbbz said it's bad. He's including the fucking perspective here. Listen, I don't like Ethan about as much as the next guy, okay? I think Ethan is a massive pile of dog shit, right? He's fucking terrible. But the problem is that, like, you're just gonna make yourself look goofy for no reason, Mike. Like, you just made yourself look dumb. Like, why are you doing this? Like, there's just no strategic value to any of this whatsoever. It's just like... Mike, you're a fucking idiot, bro. God, you're so stupid, bro.
but that's just not the truth of what happened in that stream. I am still just not a fan of extremely litigious avenues for handling the online space. I don't think there's ever any winners in it at all, except for, of course, the fucking lawyers that are salivating. And yes, I do believe this sets a bad example that can open a big can of worms in the online space. Not just with commentary YouTubers, by the way, just in general.
That's true.
People are upset about stifling voices, but didn't bother to hear the entire take. The reason why I think something like this could stifle voices is because if this does become commonplace, where people learn from this example that going through litigation to handle issues is the proper channel, people will be less willing to cover controversial stories. Like, for example, when you make a video calling out like a potential scam, you are taking a very real risk. And in the case of this, who's to say that company that may or may not be scamming sees that and just immediately goes this path, shutting it down? You are showing this customer's perspective, and it's hurting our brand. It's defamatory. We are coming after you with litigation. It would be, I believe, an issue that could be wide-reaching. And other YouTubers that...
And listen, that's a good example there from fucking Charlie, man. It's a good example. And it makes sense. It checks out, right? People can be now malicious about this, which is why you have to be like... Going after Charlie in this way, I just always find to be like incredibly fucking ineffective. Like, it just accomplishes nothing. But then again, we're talking about Mike from PA here, and if he could just do something stupid that makes himself look as ridiculous as possible, he'll fucking do it. Like, we are talking about Michael from fucking Pennsylvania over here, and if he can make himself look silly, he will.
Are, you know, beef with each other. Maybe they do the same thing, like, you said this about me, or you posted a screenshot of a tweet that was slanderous about me, so now I'm coming after you legally. And then it just becomes a big problem. Like, I'll use a commentary example, because I think that's the one people are very focused on. You remember the whole Mr. Beast and Dog Pack thing? Well, that was perhaps the biggest payday for tons of commentary channels that latched onto that bosom hard. Tons and tons and tons of videos are being churned out daily covering that situation there. And fast forward a length of time, it turns out a lot of the allegations were either misleading or just outright false and incorrect. So should Mr. Beast then turn around and issue a lawsuit to every commentary channel that was covering that saga and siding with Dogpack and promoting the Dogpack allegations as truth and putting them forward as...
No, that would be really fucking bad, right? Should be, like, really, really easy, right? Can we agree with this? Can we agree with this?
Legitimate and real? I don't think so. I don't think that would be a good thing, but he realistically probably does have a pretty strong-ish case he could build for defamation lawsuits against a lot of channels that were actively preaching Dogpack's allegations as gospel. Titles and thumbnails talking about how he's a fraud and a scammer based on the Dogpack allegations, many of which turned out to be incorrect. But they were still promoting them as the truth. So should Mr. Beast issue defamation lawsuits to all those commentary channels? And
nope.
Should this end in a
That would
victory
be really
and
bad.
have a favorable ruling in the books for this defamation case? Well, then Mr. Beast could point to, look at that. He won here already. We can use that. I'm not saying that would happen, but maybe it could. It's, again, probably just not best to just have that ammunition as a possibility. Now, at the end of the day, that's just one Cro-Magnon's perspective on it, and it is completely fine to disagree with it, even healthy. You know what's not healthy is this trend where people don't even watch the video and only engage through select Twitter clips in order to get outraged at and form their whole opinion around the video they didn't watch from. Now, I don't want to just dive into some unhinged takes, but this one actually tilted me, and for some reason, I saw this quite a bit. He spoke with Ethan Klein, but not idubbbz. Pathetic. Like Maximilian Pegasus here. Pathetic Yugi.
Yeah, okay. Wait, did someone actually I did pre-watch a bunch of this, as well. Wait, someone really made that fucking criticism? Really? Guys, we're making ourselves look as ridiculous as possible here. Like, what the fuck are we doing, man? Like, yeah, sure, bro. The biggest problem with Charlie's fucking coverage is the fact that he talked with fucking Ethan instead of idubbbz first. Can we not do like this fucking sides cuck bullshit, bro? Like, God, I hate this fucking sides cuckoldry fucking bullshit, bro. It's ineffective. It doesn't help anything. It just makes it makes it such that the quote unquote perception that a lot of people have of the fucking left is being like holier than thou, like religious zealots, is only going to be a point that sticks more and more. It's just like, okay, bro, like good like great job, guys. It's just dumb, man.
If only they watched the video. Because I didn't just speak to Ethan Klein, I also spoke with idubbbz. And it's right there in the very beginning of the video. Like, it's early in the video. Now, I did also have a brief conversation with idubbbz about this as well. I mean, what can you do? I did say I talked with both of them about it. And yet people are still saying I only heard one side of the story. I mean, really, what can you do? Like, actually, what can you do? It's incorrect, but you're making whole arguments around this dream you had that didn't actually happen. Because you didn't watch the video, you just already had a preconceived image of me that you want to ensure stays intact, so that way you can continue to not like me. And that's fine. You can not like me. You don't. Not everyone likes the fun-sized Florida man over here. That's completely fine. Absolutely. but can you at least be right about something that you're not liking me for? Just watch the video first. I just realized I have been yapping for almost 30 minutes, and I already know without even a semblance, not even an iota of doubt, that almost nobody is watching to this point. They've already formed their opinion even before clicking the video or within the first couple of minutes to start fighting on different points. There's no reason to keep going down there. Like, it does feel useless to even like engage with a lot of.
He's not exactly
online
wrong
discourse.
here.
It does just feel useless because it doesn't even matter what the take is. People don't even really care about the take per se. It's just they already have an opinion of you, and no matter what, it's not changing. Sometimes they don't even bother to watch the video to try and shit on you for something that they think you might have said in the video, or they saw like a tweet that references the video, and that's good enough for them to shit on you for that, even if it's entirely wrong. So like, it is not very productive. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap. That's about it. Yeah.
So that's Charlie's overall fucking position. I mean, like, Mike, you made yourself look ridiculous. Lefties, you're making yourself look ridiculous for, like, literally no reason, even though Charlie is effective. He's on our fucking side. Yeah, was it perfectly informed? Yeah, no, it wasn't. But, like, going after him for the fact that he was, like, uninformed in terms of, like, the minutia of all this, it just doesn't fucking help. It's useless. It's pointless. And it's just like, why the fuck are we doing this, guys? Like, seriously, why are we doing this? And that's why he's saying shit like it's fucking useless to try to, I don't know, appeal to any of these people. And I just have to be like, yeah, I mean, it is fucking useless to try to appeal to any of these people because, like, they'll still be bad faith anyways for, like, no reason, just shooting yourself in the foot for nothing. Like, it's just like, guys, what are we doing here, man? It's just, it's fucking frustrating. But, of course, we have to get to Ethan's whole sort of reaction to all of this. We got a bunch of differing clips here of differing sort of positions and takes that Ethan had in terms of this whole debacle, I suppose, for lack of a better term. And obviously, Ethan continues to fucking lie, which is, yeah, it's just a fucking lie. Stupid. All right, let's just get into it.
I mean, I found him to be reasonable and thoughtful about it. I mean, I'm not pressed about it at all. I think it was fair. It's nice he reached out to me.
Lie.
Or no, so I'm not on Twitter, so he reached out to someone I know, and then I reached out to him. But anyway, we actually ended up talking about it a fair bit, and he agreed to read a statement I wrote, which I thought was all nice and fair. So I really, and by the way, people are entitled to disagree with me. Like, I know when I started going down these roads that a lot of people would disagree with me. Okay,
so Ethan is already lying here. Like, he really loves to fucking lie. The problem is that the problem is that with a lot of the people who generally tend to disagree with Ethan when it comes to all this, he tends to get very, very fucking aggressive against those individuals in particular. He does not like the fact that people are disagreeing with him in the way that they are, right? We'll keep it a fucking $1.50, all right? Because we got to keep it a $1.50. Ethan is not happy about the fact that people are disagreeing with him, okay? He thought that this was a fucking slam dunkery do for him and that he'd be able to get all the larger fucking content creators on his side. But it turns out it's not working out for him as he was hoping, right? And it's been a fucking disaster for Ethan, relatively speaking. I do think that Charlie's fucking initial reaction to it, even though it was not perfectly accurately fucking informed, was still really bad for Ethan, right? It was not a good outcome for Ethan. It was not what he was looking for in terms of this whole fucking saga, right? Ethan wanted this to be a definitive victory for himself, and he did not get what he wanted.
And that's totally fine. I'm not mad because he doesn't agree with what I'm doing. So, but what's interesting is his first video was very much like, well, so anyway, he put out his first video, which was essentially disagreeing with the sentiment of my lawsuit, but also he was kind of shitting on Ian for being a giant dickhead for doing what he did. Very much like, you know, he wasn't picking a side, let's say, right? And so our fans were very reasonable about it. I saw everybody was like, that's fair, he's being fair. And
so Ethan Klein is also lying here, by the way. His fans were not being entirely only reasonable about this, right? There were a bunch of Ethan Klein fans that were freaking out about this, right? Like, this is not accurate to fucking claim. The DGGers were also going in there because, again, those are pretty much the only people that Ethan really has left at his side at this point. DGGers were also going in there and freaking the fuck out as well, right? It is not honest for Ethan to claim whatsoever that this was a good outcome for him. This was not a good outcome for Ethan. This was a disaster for Ethan. This was not good for Ethan. Ethan is kind of coping here.
You know, no, I didn't see really any toxicity or anything. People were generally like pretty chill with it. But you can imagine Hassan and people like that on Twitter, the snarkverse that infest Twitter and Reddit, they were enraged that he didn't completely.
So Ethan is again lying here, right? But unfortunately, this is a fucking talking point that can have some merit. Chalepi also has the exact same take, and I wholeheartedly agree with what Chalepi was saying here in his fucking... I'll probably stick it in the description, because it was a good video. The problem with what Ethan is saying here is he's lying, obviously. The problem is that this is a point that can be fucking obvious, right? That can be correct and accurate. Not that this take is a lying. Like, okay, I'm not exactly 100% accurate. My brain's being a little jumbled right now. This is a take that he can have, essentially, to get a bit of a rhetorical win here in this whole sort of debacle, for lack of a better term, because of the fact that that fucking a lot of lefties were being very, very annoyingly puritanical over this for no reason. Like, there is no reason to be puritanical over this whatsoever. This is already a situation where he's, metaphorically speaking, dead to rights. It's not a good fucking look for Ethan. He looks really, really bad in this particular case. And again, like, why shoot yourself in the foot here for no fucking goddamn reason? It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Shit on me. I mean, he definitely disagrees with me. He made that pretty clear, right? But it wasn't enough to just disagree. They required complete fealty. And so then he made another video today, kind of responding to that. So I'll go over the broad strokes of these and give my thoughts on it.
Isn't Ian's. This comes from Destiny, and he found this screenshot, and he...
Basically, Destiny said it, not idubbbz. But here's the thing. Destiny said this in a chat, in a fleeting moment. And immediately...
This is a lie from Ethan here. Destiny said this in offline chat on DGG, which is his specific fucking stream chat. This is a lie from Ethan, right? Because sometimes Destiny will pop up into his own fucking stream chat to just yap it up with his collection of fucking weirdos. And he'll do that every now and again, of course. And that is exactly where Destiny was fucking saying this stuff. This is a lie by Ethan, right? Was he streaming while this was all fucking happening? His, like, I don't know, or when he said that dog shit fucking statement that he did? As far as I can tell, no. Destiny was not fucking streaming at this particular junction. So why lie then, Ethan? Why are you lying, right? It makes it such that a lot of people are going to keep thinking like, damn, it seems like this guy really does have the some kind of bias towards Destiny for some reason. I wonder why that's the case. And that's the thing.
Afterwards,
Destiny even said on stream that he hoped CPS would take Ethan's kids away from him. Why am I not fucking surprised, dude?
He's made it clear that... I haven't been able to find the comment, but I've seen it. I've showed it to my lawyer. But he said something to the effect of... he was talking about someone else, and he said, oh, well, that person's actually a pedo, unlike Ethan. The point is that he wasn't really put out there as a serious accusation, right? But so Snark took this and turned it into a whole Snark talking point. They put it all over the subreddit. They put it all over Twitter.
This is fucking completely fucking nonsense, dude. Yeah. Oh, it's all a fucking Snark talking point, blah, 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 blah. No, it's not a fucking Snark talking point, Ethan. You're actively fucking lying here so you can, like, have cover for fucking Destiny. Because, again, the only individual who's, like, fucking sponsoring your goofy-looking head ass now is, Redact.dev, which is fucking Dan Stockman's fucking goddamn company, right? So you can't piss off Destiny too much, because otherwise Destiny could potentially put the fucking kibosh on the only sponsorship that you have left. That's the fucking problem, dude.
They made it like their banner, and then Ian, being a active member of that community, decided it would be a good idea to further broadcast it on his entire...
Is there any evidence that fucking idubbbz is an active community member of Snark? Again, like, because again, Ethan Klein is operating under the assumption that there is something inherently wrong with a Snark community. There's nothing inherently wrong with a fucking Snark community, okay? To be extremely fucking clear. It just depends on how it's fucking moderated and how it's essentially fucking run. There's not a fucking problem with this. Again, like, yeah, fucking Ethan would call us fucking snarkers, even though I have never been on Ethan's fucking snark Reddit. The only time I was on fucking Ethan's snark Reddit was when I was criticizing his fucking content nuke and the lawsuits he was going with on Frogan Denims and fucking Caseytron to see what the basic evidence at all whatsoever for the claims that he was making against well, Frogan Denims and also Caseytron. And the specific claim that he was making was saying that that those three basically were in complete cahoots with the snark Reddit. The only thing I saw was a mega thread, right, on the fucking snark Reddit saying, hey, if you don't want to give a view to the fucking context nuke, then you should watch these streams instead. And that was the only fucking thing, I'm going to make it very clear, the only thing that was found that basically said that Snark, or that the fucking Snarkers or whatever, were yapping about fucking Ethan's fucking goddamn video or whatever the fuck, to watch those particular content creators instead. That was it. So again, Ethan is lying here.
Live stream on an overlay, so he does the entire broadcast with it overlaid. So first of all, Destiny said it in like a Discord in a passing moment.
So it wasn't on stream?
No, it's typed. You typed it on a Discord. It was on screen for, like, I don't know, loading by, right?
Lying again.
Ian took this comment and then put it on the screen for 2 hours. Destiny's comment was never meant to be taken seriously. And although Ian starts by saying, I don't believe it, he also hedges it by saying, but I also think it's a heavy accusation that's worth reacting to. Now, if he didn't believe it and it was outrageous, why would I need to respond to it?
Also,
like, again, Ethan is basically doing everything possible here to not really beat the allegations of him, I don't know, bootlicking fucking Destiny here. He's just lying again, right? Like, and the problem is he even gets the fucking timeline of events wrong. We're gonna go over another fucking particular segment where Ethan also gets lies more and more, because again, the problem with like the web of lies that Ethan has essentially constructed here in order to justify his behavior is that he can only keep going with the fucking lies. He has to keep lying in order to justify the shit that he's fucking saying. Because here's the fucking thing, right? He has to keep saying a bunch of bullshit, and he has to keep fucking lying consistently because the narrative is fucking falling apart. He has to keep lying. He has to keep saying the idiotic shit that he consistently says because it's all falling apart for him, right? It's the snark narrative or whatever the fuck he's going with is not going well for him. He knows that, and so he has to keep fucking lying about his fucking positions. And that's like the one of the biggest problems that I have overall with a lot of fucking Ethan Klein's behavior is the fact that he just keeps consistently fucking lying about everything.
if you, I mean, it's a stream, a live stream, people click in and out all the time. If you're joining after he said that, you don't know that he doesn't agree with it. Is there a disavow message on screen the whole time?
Yeah,
the message? No.
And that's another great point, is that he says, I don't believe it. That's about 3 seconds
That's
of a
3
2-hour
seconds.
broadcast. The vast
Yeah, I don't think that really matters overall, right? Because you can just rewind through the VOD. Like, it's a thing. Do you not know about rewinding in a VOD, Ethan and Ela? That's a thing you can do. You can rewind. Okay, bro.
majority of times you'll see this reposted to Reddit, to YouTube, to Twitter, to TikTok, wherever it is. You are not going to see Ian saying that he doesn't believe it. You're going to see him basically making a mockery and putting forth this heinous accusation with zero context. And I truly do believe that Snark's end and his intention is to cause harm to my family. I mean, there's really no other way. Knowing that CPS came to our house already, and that was one of the big reasons for our initial fallout. That like going on your main platform and broadcasting this on your...
So Ethan is lying here again. When fucking idubbbz brought up the CPS call specifically, he mostly did it to talk about how you guys were already hating on him in the fucking exact same stream where you were addressing the fucking CPS call, right? He was, again, defending himself from your deranged fucking behavior. Again, this is another lie by Ethan.
Screen for 2 hours straight as an overlay. Of course, he meant to cause harm to my family. Would anybody be surprised if CPS came again? Like, he couldn't feign outrage at that, right? I mean, that wouldn't be shocking compared to they came the first time when somebody.
Because again, like literally in his fucking podcast episode as well that he had with his fucking wife, he unironically said that we do not condone harassment of Ethan and we do not condone the fucking CPS call. There's a clip of this. It's in the fucking Kilotonic fucking video as well. Or Kilotonics' fucking video as well. Ethan is just fucking lying here because he knows that at this point in time, Ethan can't really do much of anything else besides just fucking lie. Yeah, I mean, like you're saying, Clay, Destiny said on stream that he hoped Ethan's kids got taken away by CPS. Guess what? A CPS worker came to their house. I guarantee it was probably Destiny who made the boss call. We have no evidence to say that's the case at all, Clay. But, I mean, it's entirely a fucking possibility that Destiny might do something like that. I would not be surprised, right, to cause the further crash out of Ethan. Or someone within DGG might have fucking done that. That would not surprise me whatsoever. That is a thing that they would do, because we're talking about fucking Destiny's community here. They are that fucking deranged.
Anonymously called them and just said that there was dog shit all over the house and my kids were crawling around and eating it. Just total silly nonsense, right?
That's a lie again from Ethan. Ethan, you literally said that in the exact video that prompted the CPS call. Unironically, your own fucking fans were also saying, wow, this seems like it's kind of crazy. This seems like a fucking wild story here from Ethan. Is this all true? Like, what the fuck is going on? Ethan, you're lying again.
So, yeah, so on one hand, he does say he doesn't believe it at the beginning, but it's like a sliver of a super long broadcast. And also, he very much hedges his statement with a lot of cheeky.
Okay, is he like supposed to say constantly over and over and over again, I disavow, I disavow, I disavow, allegedly, 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 allegedly? Guess what? It sounds like, hey, Ethan, it sounds like you need to have a lot more allegedly, allegedly, allegedlys in a bunch of your fucking goddamn streams in comparison to the standards that you're expecting from fucking idubbbz, dude. Like, this is fucking stupid.
Doubt. Like, well, although I don't believe it, I will say it really is worth responding to. So that's kind of, I feel like Charlie, and again, I don't think he's intentionally doing this, but he's underplaying a little bit of what Ian did and the context of it and how it all happened.
See, this is why you can't fucking appease people like fucking Ethan, because again, it's not enough for him. It's not. He wanted Charlie to be fully on his side without fucking question, but unfortunately, Charlie is just does not agree. He just doesn't agree.
That's my
because it's hard to understand the depth of all of this without following everything.
By the way, I'm not mad at Charlie, and I'm not attacking him in any way. In fact, the opposite. I think he was super fair. He listened to me. He put my statement on screen. He read it, which he didn't have to do. He could have just put it there. And so I thought he was as thoughtful as he could be, given, you know, the context that he has. It's a lot. It's going to take me a lot to explain all this shit.
It's a big, bold accusation that's very fucked up.
It is very fucked up. And it's despicable that he would think it's a good idea to post that there.
So, and then the problem is, and thank you, again, this is a concession. It doesn't seem like much. The bar's so low. But this is part of why people get angry at Charlie. Because you can't even concede that it's fucked up of my former friend Ian. And by the way, another thing, Destiny's never been to my house. I don't fucking know Destiny at all, right? As much as people want you to believe that me and him.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Ethan. No, you have associations with fucking Destiny. You definitely fucking do. Like, buddy, look at that fucking steeple that's beside your fucking head top, bro. It says redact.dev. You unironically have associated with Dan fucking Saltman, who is fucking Ethan, or rather Destiny's right-hand fucking doxing, stalking little fucking weirdo, bro. Don't fucking give me this fucking hooey over here saying that, oh, I don't know why people, like all the snarkers and all these people are saying that I have associations with Destiny. I only just associate with one of his, like, right-hand fucking henchmen. It's just like, okay, bro, like, nice fucking goddamn meme.
And him are apparently best friends and talk every night and like collude on how to ruin Hassan's life or something. I literally don't know him at all. Okay. Ian, on the other hand, was my friend of many, many years. He's been to our house. He's met my kids. When he puts something like that on screen, it has credibility, right? Where if Destiny puts it on screen, nobody gives a fuck what Destiny says about me. He doesn't know me at all, right?
What the fuck are you talking about here? That post that Destiny made went fucking viral on fucking Twitter. And Ethan, or rather Ian, or rather Destiny, I should say, gets way more fucking concurrent viewers in comparison to that of fucking idubbbz. What the fuck are you talking about here, Ethan? Like, this is complete fucking... This is cope, man. This is nonsense. Finding just even more fucking excuses to try to make this about himself and essentially just shit on fucking idubbbz here. Like, this is fucking nonsense, dude.
But Ian does, and that's what makes it even worse, in my opinion. You know, of the many reasons why, you know, I chose to pursue it against Ian and not Destiny. And I don't see why I have to do both. Like, you know, just because someone else said it doesn't mean it's not defamation. If you put it forth like in the way Ian did, if somebody lies about you and says, Elon robbed the bank, and I know because I saw it. Oh, and then they retract it, right? Or even if they don't retract it, if you take that and put it on screen, and it says, Elon says I robbed the bank, you're still rebroadcasting the accusation. And like, you know, it's not any different. You're essentially putting it out yourself.
Well, knowing
What the fuck? What? I don't even understand what that point there is from fucking Ethan. So, he literally said he disagrees with the fucking point. Yeah, you could also say the same about Colorgate. That's a very, very good point. And I guarantee you, this motherfucker, Ethan over here, definitely parroted every fucking point about Colorgate. But whatever. No standards here from Ethan as always. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, what does that mean? It's just like a bunch of hooey. Like, that was a bunch of fucking nonsense. He said words. It was verbal fucking diarrhea. Like, that was literally all that was.
aware that it's not true. So the message isn't Ian's. This comes from Destiny.
By the way, and Charlie, he goes, he knows it's not true, yet he put it up because it was just like a silly fun thing. Let's just fuck with Ethan, the guy who a massive community of harassing psycho stalkers have been fucking with for like 3 years straight since October 7th, relentlessly. And let's just put it up for shits and giggles that he, you know.
Yeah, but you unironically brought that smoke upon yourself, Ethan, by parroting a bunch of fucking Zionist fucking talking points. Again, God, he can't fucking take any responsibility for anything that he says. It's incredible.
Does these unspeakably horrific fucking things.
Talking point.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
They start it and then they all spread it everywhere, and they bully you into addressing it.
But essentially, they're kind of doing that when Charlie feels compelled to put out a second video, because even sharing even a shred of empathy for me, even though he ultimately disagrees, it wasn't enough. And so he goes on Twitter, he goes on Reddit, and he sees people losing their fucking mind, calling him this and that, and saying he's a hack, that he's defending me, he's running defense.
How the fuck do you know that's exactly the fucking point here? Again, this is just nothing. This is a fucking nothing burger. It's just like more stupid grievance bullshit here from fucking Ethan. That's like literally it.
For me, including Hassan, who went on a whole monologue on his stream shitting on Charlie for that video.
No, that's a fucking lie. I've seen the fucking clips of Hassan, right? Like, he was not shitting on Charlie here. He was mostly talking about, like, Charlie, just to like basically say real quick, if you had any idea about the vast scope of like derangement that fucking Ethan is having, then you probably would have a little bit of a fucking different take on all of this, which I agree with. Yeah, absolutely, right? He basically was saying everything else that all of the other fucking commentary YouTubers and also other individuals looking at this fucking case are saying. It's like, yeah, I mean, overall, it's good that Charlie came to the correct conclusion on all of this, disagreeing with fucking Ethan, which he is definitely pissed about, right? Don't let Ethan fucking lie to you. He's not happy with this fucking outcome here, because it was not a good outcome for him. He was definitely not happy whatsoever. It makes it such that the misinforming is going to be like, or not the misinformed, like the misinformed take that Charlie gave is definitely not going to fucking help him, and it's going to make it such that there are a bunch of like sycophantic fans within Hassan's fucking community who are going to say that he's like a fence-sitting fucking dumbass, right? Which is not true. Like, I don't agree with that. Like, Charlie took a pretty fucking hard stance in disagreeing with fucking Ethan. If Charlie wanted to, he could just be like, yeah, Ethan's just absolutely correct. Fuck all the Hassan fans that are saying that I'm being like a sides-cucked, like, fence-sitting fucking weirdo on all of this, right? But he didn't do that. Charlie decided to fucking stand on his own fucking principles, right? And he didn't do fucking sides cuckoldry. But unfortunately, a lot of fucking lefties are being stupid about this and are not taking the fucking W where there was just one given to them. A really, really easy W was given to them, and they decided to fucking throw it away for no reason. And that's the thing that irritates me about all this.
And, you know, the social media is just a total cesspool. It's just dominated by these voices. People like me who value my peace, I'm not even on Twitter. Like, you know, these people love it. Like, I don't know if they love
No, you're not on Twitter because you don't want people fucking criticizing you. That's why.
it, but they're there. I mean, Hassan is there on Twitter all day, and they're just this is this is how they do it.
Yep. He is
So
on
he's
Insta all
compelled
the
to make a
time.
second video, which we'll get into. But I do think it's interesting that, after one day of Charlie being facing with the same people who've been harassing us relentlessly since October 7th, 2023, after one day, they clearly got to him to the point where he felt like making a response video, follow-up video. Now, I would ask anyone to imagine if those same people that got to Charlie after one day spent 3 years relentlessly trying to ruin everything about you, your whole life, and saying shit like, you kill babies, you molest your own children.
Again, like, do we need to go through all these, like, various lies that the quote-unquote snarkers are saying or whatever? This is also a thing that fucking Destiny said. But whatever. Why fucking tell the truth when you can just keep lying? Ethan has made it very, very clear that he doesn't give a shit. There's no standards for Ethan. And that he'll just keep lying about as much as he fucking breathes.
Your children are eating dog shit off the floor. You're sending human skulls.
Again, literally, you said yourself in a podcast episode that your fucking kid was eating dog shit off of the floor. Like, you said that, man. You said that. There's clips of this. You did that. But you don't want to take responsibility for that. Like, I mean, it's stupid. It's just fucking stupid, man.
I mean, and also messing with my extended family, my employees. Like, this has been 3 years of this stuff nonstop, man.
Anybody that just comes close to us in any sort of relationship, work-wise, life, anything.
Lies, of course.
Yeah, he just got a little taste of it, But you can see, and I do want to continually highlight this, and I hope Charlie sees this to some capacity, but in our chat, even right now, and on our subreddit, everybody's response was super reasonable. And, like, even though a lot of people here agree, I mean, listen, there's some people in the community that disagree with me, but I think a lot do agree with me. And the people that did agree with me are saying, like, that was super reasonable. It's nice to see people, the bar's so low for our community. People were like, I'm just relieved to see that he had some empathy at all for Ethan, right? Versus people just saying, like, that's fair. Maybe I disagree with him, but it was like a fair take, right? Versus when he goes online, when he goes on Twitter and other Reddit communities, I don't know which ones he was looking at, but he's an enemy. He's an enemy now, right? Just because he expressed a little empathy for.
Yeah, like, this is it's just lies from Ethan. And that's the fucking problem that people are generally speaking having with him, right? He just lies. It's lies. All of this is just lies. He's not telling the truth here whatsoever. Like, lie. Just keep on fucking lying. Because, again, the narrative that Ethan has essentially spun for himself at this point in time, the only way it can essentially maintain itself and continue to be allowed to be maintained in the way that it is he has to fucking lie. He has to, right? Because otherwise the narrative he has makes no fucking goddamn sense, right? And that's the fucking issue. And that's what Ethan himself can't really fucking tolerate whatsoever, is the fact that he just keeps continually fucking lying about the whole situation with the fucking CPS call. He keeps fucking lying about the fucking the snarkers. He keeps fucking lying about the fucking the Giardia story, right? He keeps saying it's a bunch of fucking snark narratives. It's like, it's not a snark narrative, man. You yourself literally said this shit, dude. And that's the fucking problem that a lot of people are having with you, Ethan. The fact that you keep lying, that you're being dishonest, knowingly, and easily knowingly so, that you just keep forging a path forward based off of all of the fucking lies you have concocted for yourself. And that's what people are fucking ultimately annoyed about, Ethan.
Or, CPS coming,
Like, I mean, like, again, just the first response alone, just nothing but fucking lies. Here, another thing, where, unironically, Ethan is lying about the fact that if idubbbz and Noah Samson issued sincere apologies, he would drop the fucking goddamn lawsuits. This is another fucking lie here by Ethan, because, again, and I think Chalepi's video goes into this, Ethan had, or not Ethan, but Ian, unironically apologized for the stuff that he was saying a couple days later, and he apologized. He said, I'm sorry for that, blah, 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 blah. It was not good of me to do that. And he disavowed. Even the same, like, shit that Charlie also fucking brought up in the same fucking in the same fucking video, right? Where Ian fucking apologized. You still did not accept that, and you still went ahead with the fucking lawsuit. You are lying here.
creator on creator, trying to say, hey, dude, you gotta watch what you say. This is real life shit that landed actual agents of the government at my door to interview my children against my will with the authority to take them from my home and put them in foster care. It's so much different than it was. The minute those people showed up, I went into work and I said, the rules are changing. And even
again, did fucking idubbbz do any of that stuff? Did fucking Noah Samson prompt the CPS call or something? Like, did he? Did they? No, they fucking didn't. Like, they said that was fucked up and it was bad. Unironically, they said it was bad. But again, it's not enough for you. It's never enough with you. And that's the problem that people are having with you, Ethan. That's the biggest fucking issue, right? The fact that you have to have your metaphorical fucking cake and completely eat it as well.
But after I said that, they took that as an invitation to be even more brazen and more provocative, and to say what he did, to put what he had on the screen. I told Ian, the only time Ian's apologized is after I sent him the cease and desist, and I did not perceive it as genuine, right? And I said, and I still say, that if Ian would issue a genuine apology, I'd probably think about dropping the lawsuit. I don't think he's ever genuine.
I don't fucking believe him. I don't believe him, right? Because you would just come up with another excuse to not perceive it as fucking genuine, right? Like, do we for a moment believe in terms of Ethan's fucking incredibly neurotic emotional state that even if Ian gave a fucking goddamn apology for the stuff that he has been saying about the whole Destiny fucking dumbass fucking call and bullshit and narrative from that fucking chat within DGG, that Ethan would apologize for it. Like, I'm asking for you. I'm asking chat here. I'm asking fucking everybody here. Like, do we really believe for even 1 second that Ethan would accept that apology, right? Yeah, I don't disagree with you there, Alex. It could entirely be a part of a fucking baiting strategy to try to bait some form of a response to try to have Ian further incriminate himself in Ethan's fucking mind, right? Like, we have no reason and in any circumstance whatsoever to believe that fucking Ethan is an honest actor in any of this, because he's not an honest actor. He's knowingly fucking malicious.
Genuinely apologize, or reckoned with the fact that what he did was so extraordinarily fucked up. If he did that, I would probably drop the lawsuit.
I don't believe him.
It's really not. It's not. That's it. That's all I ever wanted, honestly. And from the beginning, when he was friends with Froggy Tonic, who was talking about, I don't remember what Froggy Tonic is, a fucking psychopath. I don't remember all the crazy shit that guy said, but they're friends with him. And I says, how can you be friends with this guy and friends with?
Okay, so Froggy Tonic is unironically Ian's old fucking editor of about 1.5 years, and even in the fucking Content Cop, he talked about stuff that he disagrees with stuff that Froggy Tonic said, and has said, that's a little fucked up. I think that's kind of mean. That's, kind of unnecessary. But again, it's not enough for him. It's not enough for him. And that's why people, broadly speaking, they just look at you and they're just what is the point of fucking, dealing with your goofy-looking head ass if you're just going to keep, A, lying, and B, keep essentially saying that nothing is enough. It doesn't really matter. Why should people have to fucking deal with your incessant fucking bullshit? Because again, you don't care about the apology. You don't care about people coming out and disavowing the actions of CPS or whatever. You don't give a fuck about any of this stuff. You are just doing a lot of these fucking lawsuits, a lot of this fucking actions in terms of litigation because you just have a fucking gripe with people. And that's it. And that's the problem that a lot of people are having with you, Ethan. The fact that you are just being overly fucking litigious for seemingly no fucking goddamn reason.
With me, it doesn't make any sense. This guy wants to murder my children, or he was engaging with the guy. I don't remember. He's fucking insane. The point is.
Oh, I'm sure.
And he refused to say his friend Froggy Tonic was being an evil scumbag talking about my family. All I ever wanted was a little fucking decency for my buddy.
No, you don't. You don't care about decency.
So, as traumatic as this lawsuit is for you, I don't want to do it either. Just make a sincere apology, bro. That's it. I'm not looking to destroy their lives or get
Cap.
get caught in this quagmire of a sick effed up lawsuit. I don't want that. I don't want a lawsuit on my shoulders. That's all I want. Just a little like fucking acknowledgement of what you did.
He's just fucking lying here, bro. You constantly say how you want to fucking sue the shit out of everyone, right? If that were the fucking case, then Ethan, then why the fuck are you suing a bunch of smaller content creators? Like, why? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, I don't want to hurt anyone. Let me sue a bunch of fucking smaller content creators who are like tiny fish in comparison to me, who barely probably take any of the views from any of my fucking goddamn shitty goddamn videos. Like, bro, like, what the fuck is this? No, you're doing this because you just want to fucking hurt people. And you want to make the whole environment of commentary on YouTube and in general way worse for everybody, bro. You're not an honest actor in any of this.
And I said that even before the lawsuit. And honestly, the same is true of Noah Sampson. If he just issued like a heartfelt apology, I'd probably consider dropping it.
I don't believe him.
Just acknowledging like what you did and your part in it.
I don't believe him.
Losing eyeballs because of them streaming it on their Twitch channel.
They siphon a significant amount of views, especially denims, I would say. But to me, it's really...
Oh, so now they're siphoning a bunch of views. Really? And not fucking Okay, then by this logic, you should be suing Asmongold and... God, he's such a fucking weaselly little liar, dude. Like, by this logic, why aren't you suing XQC and fucking Asmongold? Because you know they can fight back. This is why people are saying that you're a fucking little weaselly little liar.
A lot to do with... We've had this ongoing conversation. I don't know how Charlie's weighted on it before, but like how reactors just were stealing people's content. I mean, everybody had pretty strong opinions about it then. Like, I don't remember what his stance was, what side of that he fell on.
I mean,
we've been having the conversation.
No, you had that about XQC, but now all of a sudden you decided to fucking specifically drop that for XQC. Why is that, Ethan? Like, why? What happened to your fucking principle? Specifically with fucking XQC. Like, this is bitch-made fucking coward behavior, right? There's a lie here. No, you just want to go after someone who's weaker and smaller and you can more easily bully. That's literally it.
Lawsuits in general, yes, it's a lose-lose situation. Nobody's happy to be in it.
Right? I mean, they say the lawyers are the only ones that win. That's true. Luckily, I like my lawyer. And I want his kids to be well educated and taken care of.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure you do.
I just really like my lawyer. I don't care about the lawsuits. I just want to take care of him. Just make sure he's okay, you know?
Dude, that's fucking disgusting, man. Like, more fucking lies. You are totally fine with all the litigious actions that you're taking. Like, you have no problems. You don't have any standards or principles in any of this. Just, again, lying. Here, quick clip here from fucking Queeman, where Ethan was lying about the fucking timeline he made that you could even see in the fucking Kilotonics video. So even throughout all of this whole fucking like preening and just bitching and moaning and complaining, he still fucking lies about the fucking positions that he has.
Yeah, the truth is also that this is no longer online. When CPS came to Mouse, it's not online anymore. This isn't like online, creator on creator, trying to say, hey, dude, you gotta watch what you say. This is real life shit that landed actual agents of the government at my door to interview my children against my will with the authority to take them.
Yep, we've taken a look at this bit before, right? This is a lie here. Unironically, the fucking the content nuke was registered what was it? It was after. Right? It was after the fucking false DMCA claims against the fucking Snark Reddit were fucking registered, right? He's lying here about the fucking timeline. What he's saying here is not truthful.
Them from my home and put them in foster care. It's so much different than it was. The minute those people showed up, I went into work and I said, the rules are changing.
This is a lie. This is a lie. Dude, this is a lie. The false DMCAs were before CPS. He registered the nuke with the Library of Congress before CPS. The rules didn't change when CPS got called on you.
Nope, it didn't. He did this as in the Kilotonics video, as it was indicated there. He did all of this 2 months after all of the fucking bullshit happened with CPS. After all the fucking bullshit happened with the behaviors from the fucking snarkers that he's claiming, blah, 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 blah. All of this was after. This is a lie.
You're such a fucking liar. You did 5 false DMCAs against the Snark subreddit before CPS was called. And then before CPS was called, you registered your content nuke video with the Library of Congress, laying your self-admitted trap for other content creators before CPS was ever called. And then you targeted people who had no culpability in CPS being called. It's such a fucking lie, man. It's such a fucking lie.
Yep. And that's the fucking problem that people are having with you, Ethan. The fact that you just keep on lying. You're lying here. Why lie, Ethan? Like, if what you're saying is truthful and honest, what is the point of exactly lying here? It's incredible to me. And here, more fucking goddamn lies here, specifically from Ethan, when he was rationalizing suing fucking idubbbz again instead of Destiny. But here, why don't we take a look at this?
Saying I have no smoke for Destiny is crazy.
I think he means no legal smoke.
Why would I?
Well,
why
we don't have a legal
what?
claim to sue
I'm
him.
just saying I think that's what he's referring to.
But what legal smoke? Why would I sue him? Why would I be
Because
suing
he
him?
made... Okay.
Because he made the actual fucking statement, right? And funnily enough, that Tamara individual there, I think that's her name, right? Who did a fucking live stream admitting something rather fucking interesting about Ethan Klein's sort of whole fucking lawsuits. Admitting to the fucking dishonesty of all of them. It's incredible to me. Just the amount of dishonesty in terms of all of this. It's incredible, dude.
That's just what I thought.
I mean, something needs to happen that would qualify.
Wait.
With Destiny, it didn't happen.
But everyone
it's
else-
not like what Ian did.
Everyone else I'm suing is for.
Like, what? Shut the fuck up, Elo. What, do you think that there was going to be another round of CPS calls as a byproduct of Ian's fucking goddamn stream? What the fuck are you talking about here, you dumbass? This is so fucking stupid. It's so fucking cringe, man. This is so cringe.
Copyright infringement. And then he wrote some dumb fucking heinous joke, quote unquote joke, horrible thing, in the context of us beefing in a scrolling chat. Like that's not enough to sue someone over. It's stupid. It's
The thing is that with Destiny, the context was obvious. He was upset that we were accusing him of something, and he said, well, I'm going to accuse you in return.
Yeah.
There was context that everybody following the story understood what the context was. Ian...
So I believe what they're talking about here specifically is a video that Ethan put out saying that Destiny is quote-unquote 100% cooked. And it was talking about the allegations or the behavior that Destiny had with that 19-year-old OnlyFans girl. I think her name was Rose, if I recall correctly. Ethan covered that story because that's like kind of a shtick. You know, it does a lot of fucking drama coverage, blah, 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 blah. That is what I believe they're talking about here specifically.
And is taking it out of context and then publicly, like, totally shooting it out to many new people that don't even know how it started.
Destiny never meant to put that claim out there like some big giant claim. It was a chat in a scrolling Discord. Ian's the one actually, and Snarkers are the one that turned it into this big giant claim. And then they're like, why don't you sue him? So on
Again, this is just an active fucking lie. It's just the fucking rationalization that he's going through again in order to try to come up with a reason to justify his fucking lawsuit specifically against Ian. Which is, again, it's just the exact same fucking bullshit, dude.
On one hand, Ian takes the opportunity to broadcast it to the point where it's defamation. And then by doing that, he goes, oh yeah, well, why don't you sue Destiny? It's like, well, it was never rising to that level.
This is just so fucking
stupid. So you actually are the one that broadcast it like that. So I had no reason to sue Destiny at all. I mean, for just some scrolling, I wouldn't. If Ian wrote something stupid in Discord in a chat, I wouldn't give a fuck.
Wait, but this is a fucking ridiculous standard, man. Well, yeah, I wouldn't care if this was in a fucking first off offline chat on fucking Destiny stream chat, but whatever. Ethan doesn't understand that because again he's a bit of an idiot or whatever. Who really gives a shit? Again, if he actually cared about the fucking standards here, he doesn't obviously, but whatever. If he actually fucking cared, he would have known that this was Destiny ruminating and musing about the fact that Ian just made a fucking video talking about the whole revenge porn situation that Destiny is currently dealing with at the moment, right? That's what Destiny was pissed about with Ethan, right? And that is why he said this shit about the child molestation bit, right? That's the fucking point of Destiny bringing that up in particular. Again, Ethan is fucking lying here.
This is like a serious thing.
Like, I don't know. We could like continue probably going through the rest of all the fucking clips that we can find. It doesn't really matter. Ethan is consistently fucking lying here. He's a liar. He's a known fucking liar, and anything that he says actively just cannot be fucking trusted whatsoever. He lies about as much as he fucking breathes. Nothing can be trusted from this overly litigious motherfucker. But I mean, like, what else is there to really say?
Litigious path.
I do think that people going after Charlie for his take was really, really fucking stupid. Overall, his take was correct, even though it was misinformed, right? And he even did the wherewithal of looking into the rest of the fucking information and coming away saying, like, yeah, also these other lawsuits that Ethan is going through are also fucked up and incorrect and wrong, right? He still ended up having the correct fucking take in terms of all of this, right? And the problem is it's unfortunate that now Ethan can have the talking point saying that, oh, you know, there's just no way you can ever handle or, like, be okay whatsoever or trusted by all these, like, fucking leftists because it's all or nothing with them, blah, 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 blah. And that's a talking point in a position that Ethan can essentially have, right? And it can make sense because of a lot of the idiocy and shit that people were saying online about fucking Charlie's position that were just blatantly fucking incorrect and inaccurate. And it's unfortunate that Ethan can get that slight fucking W for no fucking goddamn reason. It's very, very fucking stupid. But then again, I expect no less from the fucking left, who are very, very often fucking undisciplined for literally no reason. Again, like Charlie said the fucking whole enchilada and said the fucking points saying how Ethan is just completely and utterly wrong, could have just taken the easy fucking W and just moved on with our lives, but then we would, like, decided to piss it all away for, like, literally no reason. It's fucking stupid, nonsensical, but I would expect no less from people like Mike from PA, who's a, well, complete fucking dipshit. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say besides, like, Ethan's still lying. Charlie shouldn't probably have had to make this follow-up video for no reason, having to deal with all the, like, dumbassery coming from idiots like fucking Mike from PA and other fucking lefties talking about, like, fucking Collargate and stuff. Like, who the fuck cares about Collargate? Just who cares? It doesn't matter. Yada, yada, yada. Why are we fucking splitting hairs over fucking Collargate? It is unnecessary and strategically speaking makes no fucking goddamn sense. But whatever, parasociality is a fucking bitch and causes so many fucking goddamn consequences that we have to keep fucking dealing with over and over and over again, right? So overall, Charlie didn't really have anything wrong in terms of his, like, follow-up video here. People are just having a fucking conniption for no reason. It's annoying, but whatever, we're here. And Ethan is still fucking lying in his reaction to what Charlie was saying and is still fucking lying about a lot of the claims with the CPS call, the skulls, all of it. Because again, at this point in time, Ethan has essentially concocted this web of lies that he has to keep going along with, because if he stops with the web of lies, he's going to just make himself look absolutely fucking ridiculous, and people will just be like, bro, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you make this whole, like, giant ass deal over a bunch of bullshit that you were fucking spreading, knowingly spreading, of course, about, like, all the fucking snarkers, about all the CPS calls and everything? He has to keep lying, because if he does tell the truth, his whole fucking narrative falls apart. But yeah, I don't think there's, like, really much else to say besides that. It's just fucking annoying, man. It really is annoying, man. How stupid this shit is. I just want to finish up this project here. I'm going to get some water, and then we're going to continue yapping about the topics du jour. All that's left is I have to connect the belt for the reinforced iron plates. This is the iron plates. We do be having a little bit of spaghetti, but sometimes you got be having a little bit of spaghetti. We have a little bit of spaghetti, folks. Alright, that should be everything. I have also made the realization that I definitely do not produce enough screws. But that's not the end of the world. Eventually this will be improved in terms of the throughputs and everything. And we'll expand this at some point in time. Mostly probably when we have more power. So that's the complex belts mostly taken care of. It's not too bad. Destiny's already got a lawsuit going on. What's the matter with him having another one? Sam, I see perfectly okay for him to sue for defamation about what he said about Ethan Klein. They'll just come up with some like fucking cope excuse. It's just dumb. The whole situation is very stupid. Okay, so now I have to do some annoying math here. One, two, three, four, five, 6. 1, 2, 3, 6. So that should be 1,880 iron. Plus these ones, which are 15 each. It should be 90. So 270. $270 iron, and these ones are 12.5 each by 3 by 6, 37.5 times 6 is 225. I have 24 fucking smelters at 720 fucking iron. So we definitely have more than we need. Oh wait, no. These are... No, I did my math wrong. This would be 540. And eventually we're going to integrate these ones as well. So there will be more iron. So 37.75, 150... 225, which means 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. Eventually this will all get fucking fixed up, changed. But whatever. There's just no evidence whatsoever to Clay that we have to make that. Like, it's not gonna happen. It's just not gonna fucking happen. I'm gonna be so real. Eventually I do want to put this all on one belt, but... Yeah, the problem is with your theory is that, again, it's entirely possible. I don't think it's a ridiculous assertion. The problem is that how the fuck do we prove it? It's just going to remain a theory for forever. You can't prove it. You can't prove it. It's possible. I do think it's possible. Destiny would do something like that, given his fucking behavior. But we can't prove it. It's impossible to prove. It cannot be proved. Can't prove it, folks. And since it can't be proved, it's something that can't really be pursued. That's the problem. I mean, Ethan is turning seemingly on Nicholas Diorio, or Piglet Eats Oreos, right? Because of some associate he has. So, I mean, at the very least, I guess Nicholas Diorio is probably fucked. So, you know, we got that going for us. Well, yeah, obviously you would prove that you were right there with your theory. Like, obviously. But the problem is good luck finding it. CPS calls are all anonymous. We have no idea who fucking did the call to CPS. We don't know. And that's the main fucking problem. We don't know who did it. But yeah, but like I said before, good luck proving it. Unless you have like some way to hack into CPS, find that specific call from, at this point, years ago, in like whatever server CPS has. We don't even know if CPS saves their calls or whatever. You have like all those calls saved and whatnot. Basically what I'm pointing out here is that the logistics of what you're suggesting is very, very fucking difficult. Like, it's like, yeah, good luck with that. Like, sure, what you're saying is entirely possible. It could be correct. Could be. Good luck proving it. It's not beneath Destiny to do something like that. He would do something like that. Good luck proving it. Most social services offices do record phone calls. By the way, those phone calls can be traced. They can be traced, but at this point in time, the problem is like, this is a thing that's been done years ago at this point, Clay, right? Like, years ago. And besides, because there's a lot of logistical problems with all of this. We don't know if the guy was, like, say, using a burner phone. We don't know if, say, the dude is, I don't know, like, honest in their concern or whatever the fuck. Basically, what I'm saying here is that this is going to be extremely difficult, and it's almost, like, frivolous to do. It's almost frivolous to engage. Like, I mean, you could. I have no idea what CPS's policy in holding on to recorded fucking phone calls is. I have no idea, right? So it's possible, right? But, like, to get it now? Good luck. And also, let's say, hypothetically speaking, Clay, you do get through to CPS, right? Who's to say that those guys won't start asking questions saying, like, what the fuck do you need these phone calls for? Like, what are you doing? Because they also have their own fucking security protocols as well. In regards to a lot of these fucking calls. Now, is what you're doing illegal or something? I have no idea. Probably not. But again, that's the thing. And the whole shit showing of it all. Like, the only thing we can do, right, is just operate off of the stuff that we do know. We're probably never going to know, probably not, who did the fucking CPS call. We'll probably never know. We just can only operate with the information that we currently have at the moment. And that is Ethan is definitely fucking lying. That's all that we can do. Only way we possibly would know who made the calls to CPS, the person who made the phone call will come forward and say, yes, I'm the sad person who did that. That's never happening. Because if it hasn't happened yet, why would it be done now? And that person would be fucking, like, crucified. If they were to come out. That's not happening. Okay. I need to start this thing up relatively soon so then I could start, at the very least, making some amount of fucking reinforced iron plates, because I am running out. Do I have any more reinforced iron plates? I can handcraft a bunch, that's for sure. Well, I most certainly do have more. I was about to say I should have a bunch more. And I do. I think all those ores and stuff I'm probably just going to scrap into the awesome sink. I need to take care of those like random annoying ass gaps as well. And the walls, because those are annoying. Okay, everything should essentially be ready to go. I just have to plug the miners. Of which there should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Perfect. Obviously, this will eventually receive significant amounts of change. Cameron F305's video reaction to this? No. I mean, that dude's just a fucking weirdo pedophile. Allegedly, of course. And is a known liar about it, about like basically everything. 'Cause he's a Ethan Klein ball washer. Loves washing balls. Ethan's balls. I can only assume it's fucking pathetic. Because he himself is also an incredibly pathetic individual. Wow, bro put it on the secondary, eh? Oof. That's rough. An Ethan Klein ball washer. Ethan Klein is not going to be happy about that. Everything must be only on main channels. Grr. Otherwise, I will sue you. Grr. My name is Ethan Klein. I hate women. Listen, everyone's got to have their own resident food shops, right? Destiny needs to have a fucking food shops. Same with fucking Ethan. Everyone's got to have their own resident expert in how to be terrible with kids. Pepe. That's true. We do know who you are, Nuxtaku. And they not like us. For Nuxtaku. Bro says back in 10 takes way longer than 10. Well, I wouldn't say that Nux is a food shops. He's a groomer. That's for sure. So he's not the same as food shops. Okay. Now we just attach these to each of the mines. Gotta attach these to each of the miners. What the miners? Duh-ho. Are you talking with miners? No.
Looks like you're a gotcha player at heart.
Is that because of my brain damage?
No, it's because you go after children, and there ain't enough room in this preschool for the two of us.
Thank you, Sundowner. Very cool. Thank you, Sundowner. Very cool. Go back to playing your fucking gotcha games and trying to get Ganyu. Bullshit! I've already cornered the market on Ganyu. Actually, we're just gonna get rid of you too.
War crime this, can't eat the drywall that, microwaving mice is wrong, they say.
They do say that microwaving mice is wrong. And I agree, microwaving mice is probably bad. Probably. I have no evidence to say as to whether microwaving mice is good or bad. I have no idea, to be honest. I don't have a...
Fake news!
I don't have a solid opinion on that one, folks. Let me tell you, folks, I don't have a solid opinion on microwaving mice. I really don't.
Wrong.
No, I'm right. Fuck you. Fuck you, me. I'm right and you're wrong.
That's a bunch of malarkey.
You're a bunch of malarkey, Joe Brandon. Go back to sniffing kid hairs. Fuck you. I'm trying to remember who was the fucking... There was this one weirdo who would always, I think, blend hamsters, I think. And just like post that video on LiveLeak, I think. Very strange individual. Yikes. I think it also turned out that they were a Nazi, so, you know. Classic, I know. Okay. All that is left to do is to wire everything up. That's it. We gotta wire everything up now. And then we can flip this thing on. Building a factory, clearly, you fucking putungus. Fucking control reference. Chaos control? Shadow? The hedgehog? The edgy hedgy? Sonic, you wouldn't get it. I just love Latinas. Fuck you, you fucking sputungus. Kills you. You're literally fucking putis maxing. Yeah, okay. This motherfucker says, I'm putis. Kills him. You know what? Fuck you. Demods you. Well, it's clipping a little bit, but that's not the end of the world. Your neighbor just loved microwaving rats. That's a little weird. Says rat dance, what the fuck? Well, this doesn't look exactly the best, but it gets the job done for now. So, I don't care. How the fuck does the daisy chaining work exactly? Does it only work on constructors? Can we only daisy chain those? cock and balls. The penis. And wallahi, I'm cooked. It's over for me. That's pretty gross. Yeah, it's kind of gross. Smell of exploding rats, huh? Is bro a Skaven player? If we want to talk about exploding rats, boy howdy, do I have the Warhammer faction for that guy. Okay, this is fucking stupid and I don't like this. I'm gonna put a thing above, actually, instead. Let me up there. I guess what I could do instead is put another wall on top. Deletes your face. Deb, got him. Get face deleted. Deb? Alright, that's a bit better, I think. Jesus. Why the hell are we still talking about rancid exploding rats? What the heck?
Do you see now all this murder and you still aren't based?
Clearly. Trying to remember who the individual was who put hamsters in a blender. Because there was someone who did that for a while for some fucking reason. I think it was someone known as Empath Chan. And would you believe it if I told you that she's a weird little Nazi who loves doing blackface and shit? She's a very, very, very strange individual. Oh my god, the Nazi loves doing fucking blackface? What the? Oh my god. It's our boy, the Sky Ray. That's not fucking Mantine. Alright, you need to relax. There is no boop 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 here. Boop 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 is dead. For now. Says you. Alright, bans Boy Meets Mini. Eats him. What? Okay, that looks a lot cleaner, I'd say. Relatively speaking. Then we have to do the same thing for all the other shitters. I mean, a real task for this shit. Does a Satisfactory engineer not get electrocuted? Nope. Just be built different, bro. They always doing blackface, Nazis. This is a true statement. It's a thing that they do. This is a true statement that Nazis do be doing blackface. I do have to say, the next two facilities are probably not going to be anywhere near as big as this motherfucker. This is the largest one because, well, this is the material, this is the resource that we're going to be using the most for now, is iron. So it makes sense that it's going to be the biggest. The hell? Fucking Iron Man suiting up? What the hell? What the... More like Iron Hell. I do have to say that it is very, very funny that for the topic that we're going to talk about, probably when I come back on Monday, we're going to shit on Chibi reviews, as one should, okay? And probably also Rev Says Desu. They're falling for a fucking bait, and it's really, really funny. Get owned, idiots. Oh, and Otaka Uspiritu. That fucking little bitch. Little coward. That son of a bitch. Yes, I did see that. That was funny. Everyone in chat was like, Mayor, and he was so confused. Imagine not knowing about Mayor Zoran Mamdani. SMH my fucking head. That's an L speed right there. L speed. That's an L. Imagine not knowing the GOAT. L speed. No, he said that it was too long. But yeah, he is a coward. It's like, you spent like an hour and a half against me. Nyeh. It's like, oh, so we're doing the Asmongold excuse. Okay. Well, yeah, it's an hour and a half because you kept lying. And you had some pretty slanderous accusations against me there, Tactical Templar. Trying to call me a fucking pedophile and shit. Little bitch. That's true. We do show face, that's true. Can we, nyeh. 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 Listen, we all know why someone like Tactical Templar doesn't show face, because he'd be really ugly. Garen fucking Teed, anyone who fucking behaves like that dumbass is definitely ugly as fuck. Oh, yeah, we're probably going to talk about that as well at some point. Because, God, the reveal for that was so fucking funny. Oh my God, it's so funny. My favorite show. I love UFC, folks. I love the handsome men who fight each other. What? I never said that. Who said I like men? I don't like men. I mean, what? Can we truly say that President Trump is America's first gay president? Can we confirm that? Yes, I believe we did go over that already. That Trump's name got removed. AOC already said that. I mean, she's just right. She's correct. When she's correct, she's correct. Donald Trump is the first gay president. He's very gay. He's very catty. Very homosexual.
Pepe, why are you gay?
Who says I am gay? You are gay. Trump, why are you gay? Who says I am gay? You are gay. You say that 5 times fast, sacrificial MILF will bust through the door. Is this true? Tried and true method? She's done it before, she'll do it again. Oh, she has been before. But typically, no. She will not be on this late. It's almost 2 in the morning. Well, luckily, the 2 other things we have to cover are not the longest things on the planet, so it's not that big of a deal. Ain't no biggie. Kills myself. God damn it. Fucking... Grr! Grr! Alright. Good one. Alright, clearly I won't fall again, right? The fuck is this? Dude, it's Tectone. That's true. It's him. Dude, what the fuck? Bro. Oh, ew. He fucking barfed on himself. Disgusting. I'm not looking at that again. Ew. But that was probably Tectone. I agree. Ah! I just want to get this thing working. I'm so close. I'm so close. No, Tech didn't do anything. We're just memeing about the UFC weigh-in, where a dude basically came in drunk and barfed. Very disgusting. And that dude was drunk, barfed on himself, And he kind of looked like Tectone. It's nothing for now, Pepe. Alright. It's alright. Alright, there we go. That is the power lines. The constructor's all hooked up, just like that. That's right. Power lines for the constructors. Let's get the power lines hooked up for these. Don't ask why I'm doing this dog shit accent. I don't know why. I just am. Don't worry about it. It's probably where I'm going to have the main central door. To enter into our facility. No, break my legs. And on. It's on. Max consumption 402. So that's all the constructors and the smelters, which are the most numerous amount of machines we have. Okay, first off, I need to fucking fix this shit. Should have done that like forever ago. Not the power line clipping to the wall. Nah. Don't care enough. Yeah, it's not like, I think Joe Rogan even himself said, he said that, I don't know why the fuck this UFC event is happening outside. It's gonna be hot as fuck. And this is a really bad idea. And I'm just like, well, I guess Joe Rogan's right about something for once in his life. But it makes sense because it's one of the things that Joe Rogan really knows about. If Joe Rogan's knowledgeable about something, he actually will have good takes about that thing. Yeah, because he thinks the event's going to be dog shit because the conditions for the fight are just bad. He's probably correct. Plus, the fighter's going to be suffering from heat exhaustion, potential heat stroke. Yep, exactly. That's the same thing that Joe Rogan was also bringing up. Like, it's just a fucking terrible idea from a dumb fuck president who basically wanted an excuse to do some insider trading with UFC and like Dana White and shit. That's the only reason why this is fucking happening, is because of insider fucking trading shit. That's it. Unironically, Trump announced the event. He had about 50K in fucking stock in TKO, whatever the fuck Enterprises or some shit, right? It's obvious what this was all about. Oh, time to break my legs again. Help. All these Ignots we're going to sink. Because I don't want to deal with them. I'm lazy. Alright, time to manually transfer all of this random bullshit we have into the buffer chests. So that'll be fun. Alright, I've almost killed myself. Almost dead. I've almost died. Again. Expectations for the USC event, there's a high probability they're gonna die. Or not die. Have heat exhaustion and shit. I mean, probably. Listen, if the dumbass president wants to make a dumbass disaster, that's his fucking prerogative. It's like, alright, man. Sure, do some stupid shit. Go ahead, bro. These ones should not be the plates. These are the screws, I'm pretty sure. So plates, screws, rods, iron plates, rotors, nationwide class action lawsuit. I mean, if it happens, it happens. I'll just laugh because I'll just think it's funny. Because it's going to be funny. I'll just be like, oh. Well, the dumbass thing that obviously happened happened. So crazy. Alright, keep almost killing myself. Oh, wait, it's tomorrow night? Oh, man, more fucking content. Holy shit. It's fucking content on a silver platter. Oh my god. Fucking love it. I'm gonna have so much fucking content, dude. Yeah, because it's the 14th soon. It's on his birthday. Yes. Get your fucking schizos out, okay? We're getting some fucking content. It is on the 14th. Curious. 14th. Why did I take all this fucking cumcrete? I don't need the cumcrete. Hey, yo. That's going to be for the copper facility. Which will be nowhere near as large as this one. Almost done. Alright, put you guys there. Put you guys here. Put this! It's a lot of iron plates. That's a lot of iron plates. It's very putis. Okay. Oh! I almost missed. But I didn't. I'm better. All right. Son of a bitch. Give me the... Give me that. Give me that. Give me that shit. Let's just sink a bunch of these iron plates to their purpose. What's up, Big Jerry? Jerry just pops in, says W, leaves. Cinema. It's gonna be a W when I finally turn on this damn facility I've been working on for so long. It's almost done. Woo! Almost missed. Alright. Let's keep breaking my legs. Very important. Remember, everyone, you have to keep breaking your legs. It's very important, folks. Let me tell you. I will keep breaking my legs, folks. I'll do it. You can't stop me. Who gonna stop me, huh? Kanye couldn't stop me. Jay-Z couldn't stop me. No one can stop me. Do one of these. On. Now, we don't have exactly enough production because we don't have the necessary tech quite yet, but it's a start. Better to have a trickle of automation instead of have it all be perfect. Just like that. Now they're in the smelters. I break my legs. Dies.
I advise you to seek your thrills more in the field of mathematics or architecture, and less in the literal field.
Shut your goofy ass up, Ada. Alright, we're going to the Alright. That's a good one. Fuck ladders! I can't do them. Everything will be easier once I have an elevator. And just like that, perfect. Now, it makes sense why we're having backups. The reason we're having backups is because our belts can't keep up. Because we have too much shit. Alright, why are you not lifting the things that you're supposed to lift? The fuck? Okay, now we have a problem. Okay. It's not working. It's fucking... Is this thing being putties? You should be crafting. What to heck? Is it because this is not the fuck? Am I a brain genius? Do I have to flip all these fucking dumbass things around, basically? They used to not matter in the past. I guess it matters now. Alright, well. That's an easy fix. Fine. I'll fix it. Fine. Gosh. Can we not do that? Can we connect? Nope. Can we... Why are we being so fucking cringe right now? There we go. Okay, you know what? Where are you? Fuck. Let me connect to the fucking level 2. Let me connect. Okay, fine. We'll do it the fucking long, annoying way. If you want to be stupid and annoying. Wait, can we not fucking attach it to the fucking splitter? So this thing is just completely and utterly flawed, basically. Wow, that's actually extremely fun. Yeah, that's a very cringe, actually. Now you want to fucking do it. Bro, why are you the way that you are? Oh. Fuck off. Okay. We're functioning like normal now? Yes. The fuck was the point of all this? That we're just being stupid? Okay, now you're stuck again. But why? Listen, at least this one's working fantastically. Go back to Copenhagen? Boy Meets Mini. Kick the espers. I need to at least see 75 espers kicked. For your insolence, Alex Roivas. Kick the espers. Kick so many espers. No. Perhaps you should not have been such an insolent fool then, Alex. I'm kind of seeing the problem with a bunch of these. Did I say you can stop kicking espers? Continue with the kickings. You fucking look at this shit. It's because of the fucking literal fucking putingus over here. Literal fucking putis. I'm about to get shadow banned properly. It's worth the sacrifice. Well, that is the sacrifice I am willing to make. Fuck you, make me screws. Nope, not sacrificing the mini. It's too late. Your life's already forfeit. Oh, Herr Mini, I'm afraid that you don't get to make a decision in that. Unfortunate for you, Herr Mini. You don't get a choice in that manner. Your life is now forfeit. Ooh. Your life is now forfeit, Herr Mini. You are about to be sacrificed to the gods. And there is nothing you can do about it. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice there, Gemini? Yes, I'm very good at doing the gay German. Thank you. Alright, are we being fucking El Putis Pau again or something? Why are we being fucking Putis? Oh, I know, we're just out of iron. Never mind, we're not being El Putis Pau, right? It's because our belts are just not fast enough. Never mind, there's no Putis Pau. Never mind, false alarm, no Putis Pau. I think it's working as intended. Copenhagen roommate. Boy meets Mini. You know what you have to do. There's no Copenhagen in Romania. It's a kind of... So, Dracula is from Transylvania. Wait, so these are connected. Wait, how the fuck is this? What? What the fucking putingus is this? What the fucking putis pow? Is it just like just short? Is this like a really minute dumbass fucking problem that's like really stupid and dumb and makes me hate this fucking game? And it's gonna make me go putis pow and say niet. Daho, why are you being Russian right now? You're not Russian, you're Romanian. I have to say to you. Okay, so this is actually the literal problem. Look at this fucking shit, Boy Meets Mini. It's actually fucking cheese. Look at this shit. No, it's not the lift is stuck. This is off by like a tile. Because it's like literal Papega shit. It's the most Papega fucking thing on the planet. Okay, now see, now it fucking works. It's just literal fucking Papega. It's actual team fucking Papeja. Yeah, fuck you, Baron Harkonnen. Oh, Alex. Silly, silly Alex. Did you actually think I was in Chicago and Copenhagen? That's a fucking Team Papeja moment right there, dude. Now that's a fucking Team Papeja moment. I spoofed. I pretended I was there. We've talked about this before. I use a special client of Pokemon Go that's essentially like got cheat engines and stuff. I can basically teleport myself wherever the fuck I want through GPS spoofing. Something you can already do intrinsically with a bunch of, with Android. Why are we jammed? Oh, no. Never mind. We're jammed because we have too much stuff. I thought you spoofed the phone. No, I spoofed my GPS. I spoofed my location. You don't spoof the phone. You spoof your location. You just pretend. That's all that it is. I'm playing pretend. As we can now all see, Boy Meets Mini, the spice is now flowing. The spice, it flows. Now to cover up my follies. There's nothing wrong here. Everything is working as intended. Padaho, you have throughput issues. I know. I don't have good enough belts. But that'll be fixed eventually. At the very least. Major project is done. These things will all trickle in. Eventually. It'll just take some time. Signal from GPS satellites is really weak. It depends on the servers and whatnot and how the functionality essentially works. But yeah, you literally took the words from right out of my mouth there, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, the app itself already collects a lot of location data through the API. So we already have all that location data, why not be able to just take that data and essentially simulate it to pretend that we're somewhere else, right? Because all you need is the coordinates of the location itself. So what you could do is to just be like, well, hey, what if I just pretend that I'm at this location here instead? I'm not actually there, but I'm just pretending. And you're doing this all through the app's API. But our iron facility is now complete. Again, it has problems because of throughput issues, because we don't have good enough belts. We need better belts. I mean, it's already going to bite him in the ass, Clay. It's over for him. He's cooked. Ethan Klein. What we want is this shit. Basic steel production. And then this shit. We really want logistics level 3. Then to immediately get to logistics mark 4. I mean, Ethan's reputation is essentially shot. He's fucked. Like, there's not really much he can do. That's something that's never gonna recover for him. He's basically fucking cooked. So, I mean, if Ethan wants to go through with more and more lawsuits, I mean, no one's going to stop him. Like, go ahead. Keep destroying your fucking reputation, bro. That's on you. But it's only going to get worse and worse for everybody else involved. And eventually, like... That's why I say, like... MoistCritikal talking about this stuff and coming out against Ethan, although he wasn't fully informed, is not good for him. He's not in a good spot right now. He's in a really, really bad position, to be honest. It ain't good for him. It ain't good. He is in a terrible, terrible, terrible fucking spot. So again, I mean, if Ethan wants to keep shooting himself in the metaphorical foot, I mean, he could do it. Sure. Go ahead, Ethan. Have at it. But eventually, it will all bite him in the ass. And Ethan will deal with the consequences of it, or have to deal with the consequences of it. And there's not much you can do about it. Okay, we're getting some modular frames. It's not good throughput, but it's some. It's better than nothing. I just need more so I can research tractor. I need my tractor. I need my tractor. I need my tractor. But this will fix itself eventually. It'll just take a little bit of time. We just need better belts. Eventually, we're probably going to have to remove all of these screw assemblers, and we're going to make an expansion out there, and it's just going to be nothing but screw assemblers. But that's a later problem. We will need more screws, for we do not have enough screws. I may even import in some steel and do steel screws just to take care of the screw problem essentially here, but we just need better belts. It's mostly the bigger problem. Just need better belts. But yeah. Alright. It's working though. That's all that matters. Alright, we got more stuff we need to yap about. I can't be faffing about for too long. People in the Philippines are protesting the U.S. embassy big time and want the troops out. I know one of the main people, for example, who very much so led a lot of the efforts into that. I wonder how she's doing. I know that the government at certain points also was tracking her and stuff. Damn. Well, yeah. So, I mean, you know, it's the expected outcome. Also, we've been getting some interesting commenters, Boy Meets Mini, on the Screwworm video. We've been getting some very interesting individuals. Fine by me, though. Why are people complaining about Donald Trump using honor guards at a UFC event at the Lincoln Memorial? I don't really get it. Like, we know that Trump wanted a bunch of people for the military in attendance there because he's probably afraid of attendance numbers being low. He doesn't want to get embarrassed. We know that. I don't know, probably liberal pearl clutching. It's like, okay. Olivia's coming back to the H3 podcast. Okay. Sure. Anywho. I'm gonna grab some water, and we have more shit we need to talk about. So I'll be right back. pissing. I think you should just not drink Monster for other reasons besides the fact that it's endorsing or sponsoring the UFC fiasco. I'm gonna be honest. I think there's actually other reasons to not be drinking Monster. I'm gonna be quite honest. I had a Monster like once. I'm just like, I am never doing that again. You know, just to say that I had one. I'm like, this was awful. Why do people fucking drink this shit? Like, what incentivizes them to do this? It's sugar and like whatever like energy concoction caffeine bullshit they have in there. It's like, all right, bro. Oh man, all the conservatives are just, man, they are very, 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 very mad. Wow. This is incredible. They're all very mad. The Knicks win? I wanted the Knicks to win just because it'd be the best outcome. That's cool. And Lakari has returned to streaming. Well, you have fun, buddy. Yep, notepad incident, Andy. He's back. Buddy, just, don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. god. It's our favorite pedophile Nazi. Yay! Alright, let's do this. Oh my goodness, our favored Jeffrey Epstein associated weirdo cringe billionaire has finally done it. He's got his 1 trillion smackaroos. Whoa. I mean, it should really go without saying that the fact that this motherfucker has $1 trillion is an indictment upon the current economic system that we're in right now. I know there was like a bunch of like Elon simps claiming that SpaceX, for example, had about the same GDP or worth as, well, Canada, for example, in terms of GDP. First off, GDP and market cap are 2 completely different metrics, but there's that. Also, if we're talking about how much Canada is worth as a nation, you know, Canada is worth about $19.6 trillion. So you may want to fucking try that again, Elon simps. You guys need to use your brains properly. But whatever, you know. This dumbass has $1 trillion. Obviously, there's so many other things that you could do with $1 trillion instead of having this money just sit around in a speculative bubble. Because that's what this all is. It's based off of fucking speculation in the hands of a pedophile fucking Nazi in Elon Musk. Listen, if you need proof that he's a Nazi, bro did the soy loot literally twice. But here, Elon with his reaction. Why don't we take a look at this?
If the opening bell sounds a little different today, that is because we wanted to bring you to the floor of the NASDAQ, where SpaceX executives are ringing in today's trading. They're celebrating the launch of their highly anticipated historic IPO.
Let's take a live look then at where things open on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Kind of positivity out of the gate, up 0.5 percentage point, as Kelly has noted. You've got to see where it ends and where the day goes. SpaceX isn't the only major market driver today either. We've seen oil prices steadily falling since the president announced a potential memo with Iran could be signed within a matter of days.
And joining us this morning,
I have bad news. They started going back up, but whatever.
Is Kristen Myers, who is the ETF editor-in-chief at Asset TV.
I mostly just mostly want to get a vibe. So what's the mainstream news mostly saying here? I'm just a little curious, especially as this is CBS. It's Barry Weiss's outfit.
Talk to you on a day like this, right?
Hey,
SpaceX, we're finally going to get a major IPO. And I want to get your take, right? Because SpaceX is a really interesting company. Everyone is focusing on the space part of it. But this also has a number of other components. You have the artificial intelligence component. You have formerly Twitter, X, as part of this company. You know, how do you think...
Okay, so here's the thing specifically with all of Elon Musk's companies. They are all a bunch of speculative, not real estate, but it's a bunch of speculative garbage, right? The only reason why Elon's companies have the amount of net worth that they do, or worth that it does within the stock market, is because a bunch of dumbasses, that being investors, think that this company is worth something. Now, is Elon's companies worth something? No, not really. If we're talking about in terms of output of products, like say from Tesla really doesn't make that many cars, right? Same with SpaceX. SpaceX has a lot of fucking stories of their rockets consistently fucking failing, right? And in reality, it's not about the products that a lot of these fucking companies make. We really don't live in essentially a real economy anymore. It's all speculative, and people are just assuming that it's going to be all A-okay, when in reality it's not. We are in a bit of the AI bubble, of course, and when that bubble pops, and it will eventually, there's going to be a lot of fucking consequences. Like, it's going to make 08 look like a tea party in comparison. It's going to be really, really bad. But yeah, like in terms of products, SpaceX doesn't really make anything. People are just thinking that it's going to be a valuable company because people just have confidence that it's just going to be a valuable company because Elon has done so much hype throughout the fucking years of saying that we're going to get to Mars, we're going to colonize stuff, blah, 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 blah. Obviously, it's a bunch of hooey. Elon just wants to make a bunch of goddamn fucking money for himself specifically.
Investors are going to look at this on such a significant day.
So when it comes to anything that Elon Musk is involved in, we saw this with Tesla. I think we're definitely going to be seeing this now with SpaceX. You find that it's not so much an investor interest in the company, although I think that is definitely going to exist more so with SpaceX than we previously saw with Tesla. But it is almost a proxy vote of Elon Musk and his essential genius, right, as a business leader, but also as a tech giant. And so I think that a lot.
Oh yeah, dude, fucking Elon Musk's genius. Do you see what that motherfucker posts on Twitter? Have you ever seen Elon Musk speak? Yeah, known fucking genius. The engineers and all the people that he fucking hires. Like, Jesus Christ. God. I'm not really surprised. I mean, it's all the exact same, like, cocksucking that the media and also all of his fucking sycophants do. Like, unironically, there was a bunch of people that were defending the fact that this dumbass has $1 trillion. It's just like, bro, what the fuck are we doing here, man? Like, why are you defending this jabroni having $1 trillion? Do you think that's going to come down to you somehow? Do you really fucking believe that? By licking his balls, that money is going to trickle down to you? The fuck it's not. It's nonsense. Trickle-down economics has more or less been proven to this point to be a completely bunk economic theory, and that it should not be paid attention or fucking listened to. Again, Art Laffer in the Kansas experiment, right? Art Laffer's whole idea behind trickle-down economics, that was attempted, and it fucking failed within Kansas. It caused a bunch of cuts, and as a byproduct, Republicans had to fucking raise taxes. Like, it's going to be the exact same thing here. Like, eventually, it's all going to come crashing down, and all that money that Elon Musk has is eventually just going to poof, go away once all these bubbles start popping.
A lot of folks that are Elon Musk fans are definitely going to be piling into this, but space is literally the next frontier. We have seen, I mean, I'm talking about billions of dollars of inflows into ETFs, into these index funds that are tracking anything space related, as everyone just tries to get a small piece of SpaceX. And since it is going to be listed on the NASDAQ, if you are an owner of any sort of NASDAQ 100 fund, you will also now be an investor in SpaceX, even if you never buy the stock.
And Kristen, Elon Musk just spoke, so we want to quickly play a bit of sound about...
So yeah, basically, if you have a 401k, it is now attached to fucking SpaceX, right? There was a pretty good More Perfect Union video talking about the sort of scummy way that this was done specifically by Elon.
What he's saying this morning.
And yeah, it is certainly hard to believe that a little company that started in a warehouse in El Segundo is now going public for with the largest IPO that ever. And let me tell you, if people had told me this was going to happen, I was like, man, you must be smoking some really good crack, because I think this company's going to fail. I mean, I gave...
Quick reminder, Elon Musk benefited from about $40 billion worth of government investment. The only reason why he has the wealth that he does is, first off, he got an emerald mine started from his fucking daddy in South Africa, and yeah, literal socialism, by the way, but whatever, and got about $40 billion in governmental grants for SpaceX specifically. Like I said before, this guy is a hype man. That is the purpose of fucking Elon, right? He wants to essentially take money away from NASA, who does actual good fucking work, and along with like Blue Origin and Verizon, I think. I don't remember what Verizon's like space company is called. But these like a billionaire dumbasses want to privatize space. That's what they essentially want to do this, right? Like has been said before by Mark Fisher within Capitalist Realism, every aspect of the environment that we are currently in, every aspect of life will be fucking commodified by all of these parasitic dumbasses.
I gave SpaceX less than a 10% chance of succeeding at all, to be clear. In fact, I told people this. I said, look, we're probably going to fail, but we should give it a try, because if we don't, if there's not a new company that enters space, we will never be a truly spacefaring civilization. While the other aerospace companies, they build good rockets and everything, they were simply not pursuing the technology that's necessary to make life multiplanetary, to make.
By the way, quick reminder, this is also the same motherfucker who said we'd be on Mars by 2025. It's 2026. We're nowhere near Mars. Again, like, I'm going to keep saying this over and over and over again. If you care so much about fucking technology and research and development into making humanity a spacefaring fucking species, right? That's what you care so much about. why the fuck are you opening up the largest IPO on the fucking stock market then? You have to ask yourself this question. Why does this have to be all for profit? You have to ask yourself this question. What's the point of that, right? They should be operating at a loss for you. Why are you more concerned about making money from all of this? From all the speculation that's gone into SpaceX specifically? It makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Star Trek to make the exciting science fiction futures that we've read about real. And that's what
Which are all socialists, but whatever.
SpaceX is all about. Is to take the fiction out of science fiction.
That's true, Armored Quills.
And create an exciting, inspiring future for everyone. We want to be able to take anyone who wants to go to the moon, anyone who wants to go to Mars, or anywhere in the solar system, and maybe beyond the solar system at some point. We want to be able to take you there. Not just a few astronauts. I mean you, literally you.
This is a bunch of bullshit, right? Billionaires are such out of touch fucking weirdos that the only reason why they're trying to find ways to go underground or out of or into space specifically, right, is because they want to leave the planet because they know they have completely fucked over this planet, right? They know that Earth is on a proverbial sort of ticking time bomb, right, in terms of its instability because of all the exploitation these pedophilic, avaricious dipshits have done to the planet. So they want to tick it out, right, for themselves specifically. Damn everyone else who's currently on the ground here. These guys don't give a shit about the rest of fucking humanity. If they could have the world of Ready Player One, they gladly would have that world. Without even a shadow of a doubt. Without even a question, they would have that world. But hey, you know, they have all their fucking billions of dollars, and if they just could fuck off to another planet and not have to deal with the rest of humanity, they would. I mean, these people are incredibly fucking inhuman.
If you watch, whoever you are watching this, SpaceX wants to be able to take you to the moon, take you to Mars, and ultimately...
No,
beyond.
you don't.
And I'm confident at this point that with the incredible team that we have here at SpaceX, that we will do that for you.
Oh, I'm sure.
All right, that fresh sound from Elon Musk just into our newsroom. I wasn't expecting a crack joke from the leader, but that's Elon Musk, right? He's a singular personality. Kristen Myers is still with us. Kristen, his ability as a visionary.
Okay, I don't care about like the glazing these dumbasses are going to do. Well, there's been some reactions, of course, by our favorite fucking politicians. Bernie, what do you got for me, buddy? Became the world's first trillionaire Friday following SpaceX's initial public offering, drawing criticism from progressive lead. Oh, fuck. I thought this was Bernie saying this. This is the Forbes. That's a little awkward. So our boy Bernard Sanders, of course, saying that it's an absurdity. Again, it is an indictment of the current system that there have been only more and more billionaires that have been being created ever since, well, the Reagan era, of course. A billionaire is an aberrance, right? Someone who has that much fucking goddamn money is, let's just say, for lack of a better term, just genuinely insane. Just to give this like a, you know, this is a thing that David Dole does all the fucking time. I'm gonna do the exact same fucking meme. What does $1 billion? Because guess what? Now it's this website specifically will have to be changed. I mean, I just want to give like an idea to people just how much fucking money we're talking about here. So again, what does $1 billion look like in pixels? So that's 1 pixel. That's 1,000 pixels. We got 1,000,000 pixels. It's a lot of pixels, ain't it? Here's $1 billion. This is unrestricted fucking scroll wheel. Unrestricted scroll wheel. And we're going to be a scrolling. We just got to about $125 million right here. Still going. I'm going about as fast as I can with this fucking scroll wheel. We're about at now 79. This is $579 million. Still going. Still going. Still going. We're almost there. We're getting close. And there we go. That's $1 billion. Yeah. Did you skip ahead? I don't blame you. It would take about 15 minutes of manually scrolling to get from the top of the billion pixel rectangle to the bottom. If this rectangle with these margins was printed out on standard lettered size paper, it would comprise a volume of 844 fucking pages. That's how much money we're talking about. Now imagine this. Times 1,000. 1,000. 1,000 more of that. Yeah. That's how much money we're fucking talking about. This should be an indictment on the current system that exists for one man to have that much. Much you can do with that money that this fucking dumbass has, because again, do you need $1 trillion fucking dollars? Like, what the fuck are you gonna do with that, right? Like, ask yourself that fucking question. What are you gonna do with that much money? Nothing, obviously. It's just gonna sit in a mountain, just like proverbially like collecting a bunch of dust. You can't spend that much money as an individual. That's not fucking happening, right? Like, this is why I say these people are wholeheartedly incompatible with humanity, right? You can't have one dude just have that much fucking goddamn money. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. It is completely anathema to the current society that we have right now, right? And it has a ton of consequences, adverse fucking consequences upon democracy, upon the economy, if there's just that much money that's not allowed to cycle through it, right? Capitalism, fundamentally speaking, works as a system if the money form is allowed to cycle through it, right? With all that money just sitting in a proverbial island somewhere, just doing the jack shit, it's going to have adverse consequences upon the rest of the system. Of the soying out, because all the soying out fucking CEOs and billionaires were constantly just like creaming their pants, saying like, oh my god, he has so much fucking money. Oh, look at him, look at how much money he has. It's just like, bro, you people are fucking demonic, bro. Oh, so he has so much money, dude. The vision of his engineers and the people he hires to do his work for him. Okay, buddy. Wow, this influencer here invested $9.4 million into the company. I bet Jake Paul here got a handsome payday for that. $1.2 trillion. By the way, keep in mind, this is all fucking speculative, right? Like, this can just instantaneously disappear within a fucking moment, right? I need everyone to sort of understand just like the problem that we are facing here in terms of the financialization of the economy, right? All of this can just go poof at any point in time, right? All of these companies are super fucking overvalued, right? And as a byproduct of that overvaluing, a lot of these guys do stock buybacks to try to compensate for the fact that, yeah, this should not be the case. We should be incredibly unstable and should be collapsing in on itself. But for some reason, it's just not, right? For some particular reason. And it should really go without saying that at any point in time, this stuff can go fucking poof. Which is why, generally speaking, the financialization of the economy ever since the 80s under Ronald Reagan, not a fucking good thing, right? It makes it such that everything is going to be so inherently unstable and is going to be built upon a foundation that is incredibly fucking rickety. But you know, this has always been the intention of the billionaire class ever since they started lobbying after the passing of the fucking New Deal to do everything possible to undo it. This has been a project that's been 100 years in the fucking making, and now we are starting to see it, shall we say, bear fruit. Nice fucking goddamn payday. And listen, this should be an indictment upon the entirety of the system that we find ourselves under. It's genuinely fucking abhorrent. But here, Elon Musk, turns out, in order to get this fucking IPO, to get the wealth that he has now, he had to go after people's 401ks, right? Very, very cool. Consistent pattern of behavior. We've talked about the consequences of 401ks being a part of the fucking stock market, because guess who did that? That was Reagan who did that, right? And it makes it such that people's retirement funds are now going to be sort of attached to the fucking stock market. It should really go without saying that there's no other country that does pension funds in the way that the United States does, right? Because we all know the stories of how a ton of people who are on 401ks, who are retired, have lost a ton of money because of the Great Recession. What do you got for me, Sam?
Is I don't know, Donald Trump's birthday or something, and there's going to be a big wrestling match on the White House that Trump has figured out how to monetize or something to that effect.
Bare knuckle fighting on the White House lawn. The dignity and grace of America on display.
But in the meantime, Elon Musk has decided to become, or I should say, has become the world's first trillionaire. That is a total failing on behalf of the United States government. We should not allow any of our citizens to ever accrue that much money.
Mm-hmm.
But it is what it is. And his SpaceX IPO went live today. Here is Eric Gardner from A More Perfect Union walking us through how this happened.
I did also mention the More Perfect Union video as well. And it's a very, very good encapsulation of how essentially this motherfucker ransacked people's 401ks to get this shit.
In 2022, Elon Musk raised $44 billion and bought Twitter. His backers, Andreessen Horowitz, a Saudi prince, the co-founder of Palantir, and Jack Dorsey, the guy who founded Twitter in the first place. Musk renamed it X, and within a year, it's worth less than half he paid. That's a problem. There was also a solution. AI was hot. Musk owned an AI company, so he merged X into XAI. No cash changed hands. X investors received XAI stock. But that solution raised another problem.
XAI is essentially a money furnace.
The solution?
Yes, because again, XAI, for example, and AI in general, the reason why it's a money furnace is because there is no sort of potential within AI currently at the very least. It's all a speculative bubble, and eventually people are just gonna be like, "Hey, where's our return on investment? We've invested all this money in this AI architecture fucking bullshit. Hey, what's up with that? What's going on?" And yes, as a byproduct of how much money this shit's losing, right? All fucking like AI generating, like all fucking AI companies and whatnot, right? A bunch of them are also like going out of fucking business. Elon is forced to have to merge more and more of his fucking companies into his more profitable sort of companies, or not even profitable, profitable because people are assuming they're going to be profitable, and there's going to be some return on that investment because of all the hype that Elon basically does with these companies, right? His SpaceXs of the world, the Teslas of the world as well, right? That's why he keeps merging all this fucking stock consistently, right? Because he keeps promising all this stuff, and he keeps overpromising, but we have not seen the metaphorical thing that's going to make it all pop. Because it will eventually pop. The question is when and not if. And yes, that is true, Boy Meets Mini. Literally the only thing that keeps SpaceX afloat is government fucking contracts.
Musk has a rocket ship company. He uses it to buy XAI. Again, no cash exchanged. 3 companies, 2 mergers, $0 actually paid. Of course. Everyone who helped take Twitter private now holds SpaceX shares. Now, SpaceX isn't just a rocket company that sells internet.
They are making a lot of fucking goddamn money.
According to Musk, it's the future. Data centers in space.
If some of my predictions come true, SpaceX will launch more AI than the cumulative amount on Earth of everything else combined.
I see no evidence that it's a viable business opportunity. There are far too many physical challenges with doing this.
But the value has to hold.
So Elon's idea is to put, I guess this is the latest cockamamie idea he's hatching up, is he wants fucking AI data centers in space. How the fuck are you going to cool that equipment? Are you going to be able to find solar panels that are going to be able to produce enough energy to sustain all those fucking AI data centers in fucking space? How the fuck is this going to work? How are you going to do that? How are you cooling this system? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? What is the return product? What are we getting out of this? Like, more dog shit, like child pornography made by fucking Grok or some shit? Like, okay, bro, nice meme.
Because so far, no one has been paid. Investor shares are only worth something on paper. To turn paper into cash, SpaceX has to go public. When a company goes public, it opens its doors. Early investors cash out, get paid for the risk they took. Everyone else gets a chance to own a piece of something that used to be off limits. It's called an initial public offering, or IPO for short.
It is a very normal part of a company's evolution and life cycle.
There isn't just Twitter investors here. SpaceX's original investors took a big risk. Peter Thiel, Palantir's other co-founder, Google, and Andreessen Horowitz. But SpaceX's IPO is anything but normal. In a typical IPO, 90% of shares go to institutional investors, pension funds, banks, insurance companies. Regular people, you get 10%.
SpaceX says they're changing that. 30% to ordinary people. Main Street, not Wall Street.
When you see an IPO give a far larger allocation to ordinary investors, it's usually a sign that they can't get professional investors to buy it at that price. The price is nuts. And if you can't sell...
That's a little fucking interesting. So again, it appears that a bunch of the investors are just like, yeah, bullshit. Yeah, AI data centers in fucking space, bro. Yeah, okay, bro. Like, nice meme. That's how you know, there's something a little sussy going on here, right?
Sell it to professional investors while you sell it to unprofessional investors who don't know any better.
If people want to invest in SpaceX's IPO...
Oh, whoa, they're basically selling it to a bunch of fucking... It's a rug pull. It's unironically a fucking rug pull. That's fucking credible that it's a fucking rug pull. Bro just did the fucking largest crypto scam probably in history. Incredible. Well, crypto scam.
That's their right. The problem is Musk found a way to make people invest in SpaceX whether they want to or not. How? Index funds.
The index fund is one of the rare examples of the finance industry coming up with something that lines the pockets of ordinary people and not Wall Street itself.
An index is a list. Someone decides which companies go on it. The fund is a basket. Someone builds it to mirror the list. When a company gets added to the index, every fund mirroring it has to buy shares. Not because they think it's a good investment, but because the rules require it.
Index funds have both outperformed the vast majority of active managers in every market in every country over any time frame in the long run.
Thousands of indexes exist. Nearly a third of American stock is tied to one of them. One of the most popular tracks the NASDAQ 100, the 100 biggest non-financial stocks on the NASDAQ exchange. Under NASDAQ's index rules, SpaceX isn't eligible to be included in the NASDAQ 100. New companies have to wait up to a year. It's called seasoning.
Seasoning a stock is just the process of having it trade publicly for a while. Public markets tend to be unsure of how to handle certain kinds of investments.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that Elon Musk's SpaceX, it's a brand new fucking goddamn company that's not really producing anything. Who knows what the fuck is going to happen with SpaceX? Who knows if they're still going to get government contracts? I mean, for the time being, they definitely will. From the Trump administration, they'll get a bunch of favorable fucking contracts. Who really knows? But then again, who wants to make a bet? I'm speculating here, okay? That Elon Musk decided to work out a special deal with Donald Trump to essentially have SpaceX go on a fucking index fund through people's 401ks. Yeah. Oh, they're still launching the exact same Falcon 9 rockets they designed a decade ago. Okay, bro. Nice meme. And by the way, those things still explode anyways. I think, like 2 years ago, there was an explosion of one for sure. I know the most recent rocket explosion that happened was at Blue Origin. That's Bezos's shit, basically. His rocket fucking company. Like, dude, if you're doing this shit for profit, it's never gonna fucking work out. But whatever. Doesn't matter. Everything's like all, it's all a bunch of fucking hooey from these jabronis.
sorts of companies really quickly.
Like a rocket company that makes most of its money providing satellite internet and wants to build AI infrastructure in space. If Musk could change that rule, he could trigger mandatory buying of SpaceX stock by every fund that tracks the index. This spring, NASDAQ changed the rules. This document outlines the proposed changes to the NASDAQ 100 index. The most important, a fast
just a little, 2 more seconds there.
Very interesting. Oh, so essentially Elon had to rewrite the rules in order to make his IPO basically function. Yeah, he rewrote the rules for himself. Nice fucking meme, dude.
Yeah, I was about to. Yeah, here we go. Sorry.
Rule. If a huge company goes public, it gets into the index in 15 trading days. No seasoning. There was a public comment period.
Yeah, so basically, I don't know what happened there. It looks good on the screen. It might just be that filter, but okay, sorry, we're shorthanded today. Just to say here, like that, basically, SpaceX started trading today. The IPO price is $135 a share. It's a huge valuation of $1.78 trillion, and $75 billion are going to in shares to investors through the IPO. That is nearly 3 times the previous record. And so what they're basically doing here is a pump and dump scheme for all of the early investors into Twitter, or who helped take Twitter private, who are getting
Yeah. They used fucking Twitter as a fucking rug pull. This is fucking incredible, dude. Another company that went into another company in order to fucking pull the rugs from out under a bunch of unknowing fucking investors who don't know what the fuck is going on. Essentially, he forced a bunch of people to buy SpaceX stock. He forced a bunch of people to do that. He rewrote the rules in order to be able to have this rug pull be possible. It is fucking incredible, dude.
Bundled into this as well, and they'll be able to cash out when retail investors pump up the price. That would be bad enough, and I'm telling you how much, like, insane, how much larger this is. It is almost 3 times the previous record. It would be bad enough if it was just overvalued like that, but it's worse in that the S&P, or not the S&P, the NASDAQ appears poised to change the rules to allow for a company that is this green and immature and large, without like this long period of waiting to determine if the company's overvalued, to potentially enter into these index funds, which means say goodbye to your retirement.
Yep.
If it collapses, and if all of these big investors sell, which it looks like they're trying to do. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that we saw before the market crash of 1929.
So there it is. I mean,
so yeah. It's all it's a rug pull bullshit. It's a scheme from all the fucking rich investors, all of your tech oligarch fucking dipshits, where this massively overvalued company is being allowed into the fucking market unknowingly. It's completely green. They're probably going to wait until a bunch of retail investors start investing in to the fucking funds, let it fucking percolate a little bit, and then they're gonna fucking pull the rug from under it, and it's gonna cause everything to fucking collapse. Nice fucking meme, dude. It's all a scam. It's a fucking rug pull. This is incredible.
We'll see what will happen. I will tell you though that I don't know that many super wealthy people. No one I have ever known has told me, hey, the person I have working for me said I can get in on this IPO, except for this one. Yeah. They were just like everybody. They were opening it up to every non-professional investor they possibly could.
That feels good. That feels like that's a...
I'm sure that's not a scam. I mean,
sure,
look,
definitely it's not a scam.
Elon Musk invested in Donald Trump nearly $300 million, maybe more, to get him elected to be president. And it seems like it paid off. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the...
Yep, certainly has been, because guess what? He definitely needed to talk to Trump in order to get the fucking rules bent in his fucking favor, right? So yeah, what else is there to really say? It looks like Elon got his fucking money's worth when he decided to put Donald Trump in fucking in as fucking president, right? He's now a fucking trillionaire by essentially pulling what we can essentially say is probably one of the biggest fucking rug pulls in existence, right? All those fucking bag holders, right, from the takeover of Twitter and eventually into the IPO that they did with SpaceX, is going to, and I'm going to not say if, when this bubble essentially pops and all these like wealthy dumbasses decide to pull the fucking rug, it's going to cause a massive fucking collapse. And guess what? Retirements are going to get fucking nuked, because guess what? You don't really have much of a choice in there. And as well as all the other companies that are forced to have to fucking buy all this shit, all the other investors that were forced to have to fucking buy all this shit, it's going to have such a cascading effect that it could potentially cause, as Emma was saying herself, this exact same shit that happened in 1929. In, well, let's just say the fucking Great Depression. So, great to see that that's on the fucking horizon, and it's all being caused by the dumbass, annoying, Epstein, Nazi-affiliated, soyed out Reddit ketamine freak in Elon Musk. It's going to be great to see, essentially, everyone have to suffer the consequences of one billionaire who invested $300 billion in Trump to get into office, to rewrite the rules for himself, to become this, well, Nazi trillionaire fucking goddamn freak. It's going to be great to see this inevitably fucking collapse on itself, and we're going to be the ones who are all forced to have to hold the bag. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Oh yeah, Trump will love this. All the boomers, all the old people who I already hate are going to love this. Because they hate us. They do hate us. All right. Whew, that felt good. Let's get started with this shit. Oh my goodness! Oh my days! There's about to be a peace deal set in place in the Iran war? Wow! I'm sure this will not go terribly whatsoever. Whoa, yeah, absolute fucking cinema. So there's a permanent, or I guess these are some of the demands the Iranians are laying out, right? Permanent immediate cessation of war on all fronts, including Lebanon. The U.S. and its allies would be required to present a reconstruction plans for Iran worth at least $300 billion. Commitment to not interfere in Iran's internal affairs, and to respect the sovereignty of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Full lifting of the naval blockade within 30 days. U.S. commitment to withdraw its forces from areas surrounding Iran. Ooh, boy, that's crazy. All those military bases. Ooh, gonna be unmanned now. Reopening the Strait of Hormuz within 30 days under arrangements determined by Iran. Suspension of sanctions on the sale of oil, petrochemical products, and related derivatives, along with full Iranian access to resulting financial revenues. 60-day negotiation period aimed at reaching a final agreement covering nuclear issues, and the complete removal of U.S. primary and secondary sanctions, as well as the repeal of relevant resolutions of the UN Security Council and the IAEA Board of Governors. Reaffirmation, that's probably not going to fucking fly. A reaffirmation by Iran of its commitment to, under nuclear non-proliferation treaty, not to produce nuclear weapons, alongside the fucking fatwa. During the negotiation period, the United States would commit not to deploy additional forces to the region and not to impose new sanctions, release the $24 billion in frozen Iranian assets during the 60-day final negotiation period. That's why all they're negotiating about the nukes, or nuclear sort of issues. Half the amount must be made available to Iran before negotiations begin. Establishment of a monitoring mechanism to oversee implementation of the agreement. The final agreement would be approved through a UN Security Council resolution. Final negotiations would not begin before the release of half of Iran's frozen assets, the suspension of oil sanctions, and the lifting of the naval blockade. The final agreement would focus extensively on the future of enriched nuclear material and uranium enrichment, sanctions relief, and a program for rebuilding Iran's economy, which the United States decided to destroy for no reason. Discussion of Iran's new missile program and its support for resistance groups would be definitely excluded from the agenda. So, this is the Iranians' current proposed positions, basically, right? Now, this is definitely not going to be fucking accepted, right? There's no fucking shot. Because I'm going to tell you, this is the Iran deal on fucking steroids. And the Iranians definitely have the ability to be able to apply maximum fucking pressure. Why? Because of the fact that the United States and Israel have been as unreliable of negotiators as possible. And the outcomes on the fucking battlefield have been disastrous for them, right? And the Iranians, they know that they could put the squeeze, economically speaking, on the entirety of the global economy because of the control that they have over the Strait of Hormuz, right? They know this, right? So this is the U.S. Because essentially the situation that we find ourselves under is a metaphorical game of chicken. And who's going to squeal first? Is it going to be the U.S. or the Iranians? That's ultimately the fucking question, right? Because we all know that soon, because the U.S. has basically not changed course in terms of its gas consumption habits, that the strategic oil reserve at the moment is currently at the lowest point that it has ever been in history, right? And eventually, the global markets are going to be hitting all of the fucking stress markers in about a month. It was either like late June or early July, right around there. And I don't know if people know, as of time of recording, it's currently the 14th, we're going to start hitting those fucking stress markers where eventually a lot of nations are going to start going on, shall we say, more rationing than they're currently doing in terms of the strategic reserves that they have. Or not even strategic reserves, but the petroleum that they have, right? Because again, about 20% of the world's oil does go through the fucking Strait of Hormuz. It's a massive disruption to the global economy, but Trump doesn't care about that. Speaking of Trump not really caring about that, it appears that Trump is now thinking about bombing Karg Island. So essentially, he decided to come up with some like cockamamie idea to try to deploy a small team of like special forces to Karg Island to get about 100 million barrels of oil. How the fuck is he going to do that with like maybe even like a couple thousand troops? They'd have to somehow get all of the oil onto fucking barrels, or not into barrels, onto fucking ships in order to ship it over while under fire by the Iranians. How the fuck are you going to do that? I don't know. Magic or something. We are dealing with the President of the United States here.
President Trump posting that the U.S. will be taking control of Karg Island, quote, at some point in...
This is the third time he has made the claim that he's going to take control of Karg Island and that he's going to invade Karg Island. Karg Island, for those who may not know, I believe does about 90% of the processing of Iran's petroleum products.
In a Truth Social post, adding that he is also planning to assume control of the island's oil and gas markets and vowing to strike Iran, quote, very hard tonight.
Yet, he didn't strike very hard tonight. Just, yeah, this is not fucking happening. It's incredibly fucking stupid. Again, this is the standard for Trump right here. It's chicken and fucking waffles, right? He loves to play this big game, right? This is like the 30th time or some shit that he's making this fucking claim, or just like the third specifically, just the Karg Island, but like the 30th time. I think like CNN did a compilation of the amount of times that Trump has said that he's about to have a fucking peace deal negotiated, right? And he's done it about 39 times. It's not fucking happening like anytime soon, especially considering the fact that these are the current demands of the Iranians. There is no way that the United States is going to agree to this, especially the vacation of a lot of the military bases. Not fucking happening. And especially Israel, who's not going to cease in terms of fucking Lebanon. By the way, quick reminder, the reason why we're even in this situation to begin with is because Israel, fundamentally speaking, and Itamar Ben-Gvir made it very, very clear himself that any deal that does not benefit the state of Israel will be actively fucking sabotaged. So why fucking trust anything that comes out of Israel's mouth? It's not gonna fucking happen. Like, this deal is absolutely not gonna go anywhere. It's ridiculous. It's silly. And the president has to cope and basically seethe again with the same chicken and waffle strategy that he's been doing for the past 4 months in Iran because his dumbass plan, aka non-plan, completely and utterly failed. It's incredibly fucking stupid. But here, quick CNN report. Wonder what they have to say.
Deal. President Trump is now lashing out at Iran. In a Truth Social post that appeared just a few moments ago, he called Tehran, and I'm quoting him now, dishonorable for what he's calling inaccurate.
The terms that Iran leaked out to the fake news have nothing to do with the terms that were agreed to. Yeah, basically, well, this came from their state news agency. Yeah, this came from their state news agency. So how the fuck would it be leaked if it came from state news? Okay, bro, nice meme. Nothing to do with the terms that were agreed to in writing. What they said, including their weak and pathetic statement on having a deal, bears no relation to the truth. Very dishonorable people to deal with. With them, there's no such thing as dealing in good faith. Really? Buddy, you and Israel, every single time when you've accepted even some of the maximalist positions that the Iranians basically have put out there, unironically have broken the ceasefire each and every single fucking time. Yet the Iranians are very dishonorable. Okay, bro. Nice meme. Also, their totally rebuffed drone attack last night against Indian ships leaving the Hormuz Strait was totally unacceptable. So apparently, yeah, 3 Indian ships, I think differing oil tankers, you can correct me if I'm wrong, boy meets mini, trying to do a run through the Strait of Hormuz, and obviously the Iranians fucking attacked them. Why? Because they're maintaining a fucking blockade to squeeze the world economy, to make you capitulate. But okay, dude. They better get their act together, and fast. Yeah, totally, dude. Huff that fucking copium.
Descriptions of a proposed agreement. He also said they better get their act together, and they better do so fast. Let's go to CNN's Kristen Holmes.
He also threatened recently to bomb Iranian power infrastructure again.
We're at the White House. Kristen, what else is the president saying this morning? It's all very dramatic.
Yeah, and we're going to get to what he's saying in a second, but I do want to explain how we got here, what it is that he is referring to, because we had gotten a readout of this memorandum of understanding from a diplomat who had been briefed on what was in this document, and some of the key points were this: that it would be a 60-day ceasefire that would include everything, Lebanon included, that the Strait of Hormuz would be opened immediately, and that pre-war levels of traffic would begin again within 30 days, that the U.S. blockade of ports and some Iranian sanctions would all open up as part of this deal, and that it's...
Yeah, we've read through all these the tenets of the fucking deal. It's essentially the Iranians putting out their maximalist fucking demands to the U.S. And Israel, because they know they could probably last way longer than either of them.
Satisfies all the U.S. requirements on the nuclear issue. So that is what we had been reporting. Then we had Iran come out, state media, and give their version of the deal, which looks significantly different. And there are a couple of points in there that are likely to make President Trump angry. One of them, they would not commit to ceding control over the Strait of Hormuz. And the other is that frozen funds, these frozen assets that have been a point of contention for President Trump. They say, Iranian state media, and of course, keep in mind the source here, that the agreement would demand the release of $24 billion in those frozen funds. So now you have President...
Guess what? That's like 20 times the amount of money, not about, like 15 times the amount of money that would be released under Barack Hussein Obama, which is probably the main reason for us to why Trump is really, really pissed about that, right? Again, because constantly, this is the thing that happens over and over and over again, Trump was complaining about the Iranians getting about $1.7 billion of their money back as an agreement as a part of the JCPOA, was sanctions relief and returning of sanctioned money to the Iranians, right? That was the point of the JCPOA, which you tore up and then re-implemented a bunch of fucking sanctions on the Iranians, right? So them asking for their money back seems perfectly fucking reasonable. But since Trump is an idiot, he doesn't understand that that is their money that the U.S. has essentially fucking frozen, right? And guess what? It makes sense that they would want their money back so then they can help or essentially start using it in order to start rebuilding the country that them and Israel have fucking destroyed.
Trump reacting to this, essentially saying that the terms that Iran leaked to the fake news media have nothing to do with the terms that were agreed to in writing.
Of course.
What they said, including their weak, pathetic statement on having a deal, bears no relation to the truth. And with them, there is no such thing as dealing in good faith. I assume what he's talking about when he talks about their weak and pathetic statement on the deal is the fact that we had heard that the response to the deal, or the response to President Trump, was that the text still requires review and finalization. They have been saying that it has not been signed off on. President Trump, of course, saying that everybody was in agreement. So that is what is happening now. And again, we've been down this path before. President Trump says a deal is imminent, and then we see a situation like this where one of the sides starts to backpedal and it all falls through. So we'll see what's going to happen now. U.S. officials are still cautiously optimistic.
We shall see.
I don't think much is really going to fucking change. I'm going to be quite honest here. Again, it's the chicken and waffle strategy, right? I mean, the Pentagon is literally talking about this is the main strategy that Trump loves to use. He loves to talk a big game and then immediately fucking backpedal. Because again, at this point in time, not only is it Trump who's waffling about, but it's also Israel who keeps destroying tenets of the fucking ceasefire, right? Because Israel has made it very, very clear that they don't want a ceasefire to be put in place.
Thank you very much.
All right, Wolf, let's continue this conversation with CNN political and global affairs analyst Barack Ravid. He's also the global affairs correspondent for Axios. What do you make of this development with President Trump going from they've reached a great settlement to now saying Iran needs to get its act together because of what the state media there is reporting, which is different from what the U.S. has said?
Dude, they're getting rage
I think what the U.S. has been told by the Qatari mediators and the Pakistani mediators and the Iranian negotiators themselves yesterday was that they're basically ready to sign. That was the message that the White House got. And preparation started for a possible signing ceremony during the weekend. For example, 4 U.S. Air Force C-17 planes left Washington yesterday to Europe as an advance for a possible trip by Vice President Vance to Geneva to sign this agreement with the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf. But I think what happened in the recent hours is what happened several times during those negotiations, that every time when the parties were close to a deal, each side wanted to market the deal to its own domestic audience. And when you do that, then each side obviously, gives the deal its own spin, emphasizes the things that it's going to get and downplays the things that it's going to give. And I think that's, again, what happened today when the Iranian presented.
This is a fantastic fucking point here, right? Because, again, Trump wants to do everything possible to try to spin this as a win for his side specifically. Same with the Iranians, right? And they piss each other off, and then the deal ends up falling through. This is a constant cycle, a constant pattern that's been repeating because we're dealing with Trump, who's a complete fucking child, right? If he feels like he can't get a win out of something, which, again, this was never going to be a win for any party in terms of this sort of deal and negotiation with this war whatsoever. It was never going to go anywhere in reality. It was always inherently going to collapse and fall apart and end up with someone essentially holding the metaphorical bag, right? In terms of the global fucking economy. And it's going to be the U.S. that's going to be holding the fucking bag and looking extremely ridiculous. Because, again, they're the ones who started this fucking this war of choice that they elected to do alongside Israel. Because Israel decided to show up and convince Trump to go ahead with this bullshit. It's dumb. It's really stupid, right? So Trump can't get a win. He started getting bored because he can't get a win because this was a situation where he was never going to get a win. This was always a lose-lose situation, right? And he's desperate to try to put a spin on this because his approval rating in terms of Iran is floundering. In terms of all issues, it's floundering. He's making himself look weaker and more ridiculous by the day. Like, he's claimed like 39 times. CNN themselves released a compilation of the amount of times that Trump himself unironically said that there's going to be a deal relatively soon. He's making himself look more and more silly and ridiculous, even to the degree where mainstream media is now starting to say, like, yeah, I mean, this is like a constant pattern of behavior that's been happening with this. It's like they've almost got a deal and then they don't have a deal. So it's just like, whatever. Like, at this point in time, like, all we can assume is that someone is being a child in the whole equation and then everything just falls through. And my money is that it's going to be Trump pretty much 9 times out of 10, most of the fucking time, right? Because, again, we're dealing with a fucking toddler here, right? He wants to get a win. He can't get a win. He does everything possible to try to get a win. He still can't get the win because this was never something that he was ever going to win in general. It was futile from the beginning, but Trump is too stupid to understand that.
their narrative or their spin on what has been agreed, and President Trump pushed back and presented him and White House officials presented their narrative about what has been agreed. And I think it's not totally different, but I think each side just emphasizes what it is getting from a deal and not really talking about what it is giving in this deal.
Because Barack, when I woke up this morning and saw everything that was happening overnight, it looked like there was going to be a deal that included a 60-day ceasefire, including other stops, including a ceasefire involving Israeli strikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon as well. But now it looks like this whole thing potentially could collapse. Do you think potentially, God forbid, that the
Well, it's mostly, let's be honest here, the reason why that happened is because Israel's making it very clear that they don't want a deal. They're okay with all this instability because it gives them an excuse in order to try to take more territory in Lebanon.
The region now, the U.S., Israel, and Iran are on the verge of an all-out war?
I'm not sure because I think even though President Trump ordered new strikes in recent days, all of them were still below the threshold of an all-out war. I'm not saying it can't happen. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu definitely wants this war to resume because he doesn't believe the Iranians and he thinks that the regime needs to be weakened even more. But I think that at least
that's definitely part of the reason. I don't disagree with this, but more so, Benjamin Netanyahu wants the war to continue because A, an excuse to take more territory in Lebanon, but B, and more specifically, elections are being called rather soon within the Knesset. I believe elections were just called recently within the Knesset, and Benjamin Netanyahu wants to keep the war council going on for as long as possible. Why? Benjamin Netanyahu is quite unpopular right now within Israel, believe it or not. And the reason for that is because even the Israelis, as bloodthirsty as they are, they're starting to get fucking war fatigue. They've been bombing like 8 different countries over the past 3 fucking years. Eventually, even the Israelis are going to be getting rather sick and tired of the fact that they are dropping so many fucking goddamn bombs, right? It's just like, brother, can we just like stop this? Everyone fucking hates us. Can we just not? And just relax? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't want to do that. Why? This dude is unironically willing to risk World War III to avoid his fucking corruption charges, which he's pretty much dead to rights on, right? Unironically, he was able to dodge one of the fucking court dates for his corruption charges because of actions that he was taking in the fucking war council while he was bombing. I think it was Yemen. He was bombing. He was able to dodge one of his court dates and it got fucking pushed back more and more. Unironically, this motherfucker, Benjamin Netanyahu, is so insane and is so willing to risk a all-out fucking conflict in the Middle East just because he doesn't want to go to jail in his fucking twilight years. It's incredible to me, dude.
At least at the moment, even though Trump just, posted this very angry response to the Iranians, my sense from talking to people that are involved in the negotiations on the U.S. side is that they still want to see if they can get to sign this agreement over the weekend. I still hear the same thing from the different mediators. So it might all collapse. We might seeing at the moment how this thing is collapsing, but it might be, one of those hiccups that you have before you get to a deal.
Yeah, yesterday, President Trump was threatening to launch U.S. troops to take over Iran's critically important Karg Island. That sounds like that would be a major escalation in this war right there. And a source is telling CNN, by the way, Barack, that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu wasn't aware of an agreement with Iran, and that remarkably he learned of it only from social media. What does that say to you about the Trump-Netanyahu alliance, at least right now?
So first about Karg Island, I have to say, I find it, at least at the moment, things change all the time and very quickly. I do not sense that there is either an appetite or a real imminent operational plan to do anything on Karg Island.
I mean, none of us had any plans.
I have no information that shows that this is where Trump really wanted to go. And it is true that Netanyahu learned about Trump's post yesterday announcing that there's a deal from social media when he was sitting with his security chief and one of his advisors came into the room and told him that while they were discussing about what are the potential U.S. strikes that were going to happen several hours later, all of a sudden one of his advisors came in and said, well, there are no strikes, there's actually a deal according to what President Trump just posted. And
which is obviously a bunch of hooey. We all know what Trump is essentially doing. He just wants to keep manipulating the oil markets. That's about it, right? Nothing from the oil markets can be really believed. I'm still curious about what the fucking spot prices for like Brent crude are. I can only assume that it's been only going up, while all this complete hooey has been going on. Because again, there is a timer for all of this. Again, there's a timer for this. And eventually there's going to be a complete collapse of the fucking system. Oil is a physical commodity, right? It's a physical commodity. And at some point in time, the market's just going to be like, you know what? I don't give a shit. I'm just going to collapse. Why should I believe anything from any of these like dumbasses that are currently in places of power right now? I have no reason to really comply whatsoever with the actual sort of markets here in any sort of circumstance, because of the fact that everything is like, or rather eventually like oil as the commodity itself is going to run out. When will it run out? That's ultimately a different question, right? But it will run out eventually. And we're going to have to deal with the fucking consequences of that. And that is something that the Trump administration is not going to be particularly, shall we say, happy about having to engage with.
And the U.S. did not notify Netanyahu in advance of this post. And I think that in the phone call, from what I heard from U.S. officials about a phone call Netanyahu and Trump had several hours later, Netanyahu was very, he sort of told the president that, you know, he understands that there's a deal and there's nothing he could do. I'm sure that if Prime Minister Netanyahu read President Trump's post from a few minutes ago, his mood improved significantly.
One can certainly say it at the very least, because again, the Israelis themselves have made it clear they're willing to do anything possible in order to sabotage a deal. And yeah, not that long after, several explosions were heard near Keshem Island and Sharik in southern Iran, with initial reports of Iran striking targets in the Strait of Hormuz. Poor Mer News. So yeah, it's already fucking collapsed. And they're back to fucking shooting at each other. In-fucking-credible. So, what did we learn here today? Nothing fucking has changed. And these motherfuckers are, again, not getting a fucking deal. Man, Trump is saying that it's over, but it's actually not over. This is the current fucking standard that's going on right now. He's done this like almost 40 times. CNN made a compilation of Trump saying, oh, we're about to have a deal. The war's actually back on. But we're about to have a deal, folks. But we're so close to having a deal done. Blah, 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 blah. Because again, Trump, what he overall wants in all of this is to get some kind of a win that he can give back to his base of sycophantic fucking weirdos, right? He's not getting that. And so, as a byproduct of that, he's fucking pissed. And he's trying to take it out, essentially, on the Iranians as a byproduct, right? It's not working, and it's not going well for the president of the United States because, again, it turns out that this negotiating stuff is actually rather fucking complicated. And we're not dealing with someone who's operating with a full fucking deck of cards in President Trump. His brain is leaking out of his ears. He's getting more neurotic. He's getting more sort of like emotional in terms of his like emotional state. We are dealing with someone here who is basically on the verge of fucking crashing out, and we're all just here, just unironically sitting around seeing, well, the president's eventually going to shit the fucking bed, and the peace within Iran is not getting any fucking closer. So, like, what the fuck else are we supposed to do here besides, like, sit around, see what happens, and probably have to deal with the consequences when it inevitably hits all of us, right? Because it's very, very clear that the president could give less of a flying fuck about what's happening, right? Same with all the sycophantic weirdos that he has around him. They have made it extremely fucking clear that at this point in time, everything is completely out of our hands, and some random bullshit is probably going to happen, and as a byproduct of that, well, something will either the war is going to continue or some other bullshit might happen. Who the fuck knows? We don't know. At this point in time, it's all just in the hands of Donald Trump and all the sycophantic weirdos that are currently around him, right? Or honestly, even in fucking Israel's hands, because Israel has made it very, very clear that they are also not interested in a settled fucking negotiation, right? If there's a deal that is not beneficial for the Israelis, They have said themselves that they will actively fucking try to sabotage it. So you can't really trust anything that comes out of the mouth of the Israelis. You can't really trust anything that comes out of the mouth of the Trump administration. Essentially, we're just all stuck here having to just sit around and wait to see what fucking happens from these collection of fucking freaks that we call, well, world leaders. Because at this point in time, who the fuck knows what's going to happen? I have no idea what's going to happen. You have no idea what's going to happen. And we are essentially in the position right now where it's all just, well, toss a coin, see what happens. It's all 50-50s. Is there a deal? Is there not a deal? I don't fucking know. Who knows? You don't. I don't either. It's a complete fucking shit show because we're dealing with a bunch of incredibly incompetent leaders within the United States of America who are just looking to mostly just get at some form of, like, I don't know, profit-making scheme out of all of this for themselves to line their fucking pockets of all their rich oil company buddies. Because that's really the point of all this at this point in time. Should really go without saying. It's a complete shit show. And, well, Trump's not going to be able to do anything about this besides just keep waffling about and just keep getting mad at the Iranians over and over again, even though he keeps constantly saying there's going to be a deal relatively soon, and it's just going to be the cycle of samsara constantly repeating with the war being off and then on and then off and then on again. It's stupid, it's nonsensical, and all of us are having to fucking suffer the consequences for it. Yeah, I feel like I'm just constantly repeating myself here. I probably am repeating myself here because it's just really frustrating and extremely fucking stupid that we keep having to deal with the consequences of this incredibly old, dumbass fucking freak currently in power, known as Donald Trump. And it's just like, well, who the fuck knows what's going to happen? No one knows what's happening, rather, except for the president and the collection of freaks that he currently has around him, which I have very, very little trust of. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. It's 4 in the morning. Who the fuck are we raiding out to today? Who the fuck are we raiding out to today? Here's something we haven't raided out to in a while. What pixel? Why not? Alright, dorks. Raid messages, you know what to do, you know what to say. If you're a sub, you say you've been blessed by Romanian Jesus with the Transstride, with the Dahore Batsavi. And if you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the Wowie, the Dahore Batsavi show appreciation. Those are in any case gamers. I will be back on Monday, not tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm picking up my mom from the airport, and there will be no stream tomorrow because, yeah, she's gonna be home. That's why. I stream late, and she sleeps. Also, I have to be up early as well on Monday because I have to take her to the airport again. Yeah, I pick her up from the airport, then I have to take her again to the airport, but early in the morning this time. It is what it is. And you gamers, I will be back on Monday. And we'll be doing more of the same, yapping about goofy ass shit and whatnot, and playing more Satisfactory of our factory. Very cool. Well, now that my main iron facility is done, I can, well, prepare the other stuff. That will take a lot less time. So that's cool. Anywho, gamers, I will be back on Monday. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.